My name is Nkanyiso Simulane. I am a researcher at the African Center for the Constructive Resolution of Disputes in Durban. And I'm very happy that the weather here is similar to Durban today. Right. And it is my greatest honor and pleasure to welcome you to this seminar. I do so on behalf of Accord's Executive Director, Dr. Vasu Gounden, who sends his apologies as he could not be here with us today due to his travels. I'd like to welcome all the distinguished guests present in the room, on all protocol observed, and all those, of course, who have joined us online. Please feel free as we continue to pose your questions online, and we'll read them out to the panelists as we continue with the seminar. Maybe perhaps just a bit about Accord before we get going. Accord is a civil society organization headquartered in Durban, South Africa, that was established in 1992. So we've been here for quite some time. Accord specializes in the field of conflict prevention, conflict resolution, conflict management, and has therefore maintained relations with various international organizations like the AU and regional organizations like SADC and so on. But also we've also maintained, done work in South Africa as well, and have maintained relations with different government departments. Part of Accord's work also includes the area of governance, and it relates to political stability. And of course, this project falls under that particular interest. So Accord today is, well, for the duration of this year, has been implementing a project titled Contributing Towards Sustainable Coalition Government at Local Government Level. And this project was made possible through a generous grant from the Embassy of Ireland in South Africa. Ireland is also one of the examples of countries around the world, as we know in Europe, that have got quite a long history of coalition governance. Of course, we also, as part of the project, aim to also gain experiences from Ireland and other countries, particularly African countries as well. As you would know, Kenya and Lesotho have got interesting histories on coalitions, as you would know. So the project that we are currently implementing combines research and capacity building components to better understand coalitions at local government level in South Africa, and also provide some conflict resolution skills to officials to better manage coalitions, because as we would know, a lot of the challenges we have experienced with coalitions have been as a result of a lack of constructive resolution skills in terms of when there are disagreements between partners, how do we manage that? How do we overcome that as well? Now, moving on to the seminar for today. Accord is hosting this seminar with the Dullah Omar Institute at the University of the Western Cape, and we thank them greatly for assisting us in organizing this seminar. And this falls part of the project, the research component of our project. And the title of today's seminar is Coalition Governance in the Western Cape Municipalities, a South African Blueprint. I made sure to put some sort of a tone to that because it's more of a question than a statement in case I get crucified by other provinces. Right, so the purpose of this seminar is really to engage critically in a critical discussion about coalition governance across Western Cape municipalities or at select few municipalities which are also represented here. The aim really is to identify any best practices that we can learn from there, any strategies that we could use to facilitate stable coalition governance, not only in the Western Cape, but even across the country. And also, we are aiming to also just see what are some of the challenges specifically to the Western Cape that have been experienced with regards to coalition governance. Now, the reason for this is that because, as you would know, a lot of our media attention and even scholarly attention on coalition government, particularly at the local government level, has been more focused on Gauteng provinces, well, the Gauteng provinces and Gauteng metropolitan municipalities specifically. And of course, the dominant viewpoint when you look at that is that coalitions are dysfunctional, unstable, right? And this has created this general perception. While one recognizes that they are dysfunctional, there is a dysfunctional nature to some of our coalitions. However, there are coalitions where, well, provinces or even municipalities where coalitions are working well. Our hope with this seminar is to delve into different provinces, particularly today into the Western Cape, and focus on local government coalitions and see whether indeed is the Western Cape the South African blueprint. Is it the same as Gauteng? Is our coalitions as dysfunctional? Have they worked? Have they not worked? What has contributed to the positives and the negatives of coalitions at the local government level? And this, we hope, is going to just add into the body of knowledge that is already there on coalitions, to not just focus on one province, or not just focus on one narrative of coalitions being dysfunctional, but perhaps bring in a new perspective from a different province and see what we can find there. Looking back at the recent 2024 national and provincial elections, we've all been, well, GNU'd. And looking ahead to the 2026 local government elections, this discussion is one that is important, as coalitions have become central to our political landscape and our governance architecture, both now and in the future. And so with those words, I welcome you all and trust we will have a very fruitful discussion. You can just give a round of applause to everybody. Thank you. All right, moving right along. I'm just going to quickly introduce our keynote speaker, Prof. Jaap de Visser, who will come on and just give us the keynote address. Prof. Jaap de Visser is the National Research Chair in Multi-Level Government, Law and Development at the Dullah Omar Institute at the University of Western Cape. He's a scholar focusing on multi-level government, local government, and federalism, and has widely published on these topics. He is a dedicated professor who has dedicated his life to nurturing and developing the minds of young students who enroll to further their studies at UWC and DOI. He's the co-author of Local Government Law of South Africa, of the Local Government Law of South Africa book, and the co-author of the SALGA DOI Framework for Coalitions, published in 2021, to name a few. Best placed to lead the debate on this important dialogue. And with those words, I kindly ask you to give him a warm round of applause to Prof. Jaap de Visser.
Thanks so much, Kanisha. I couldn't wait for you to be done with that bio. It was embarrassing, but thanks very much for a very kind introduction. Welcome, everyone. Also from my side, all protocol observed. Wonderful to see all of you here this morning and to know that we have people joining us online. Welcome to you as well. Before I start off, thanks to the team at the court and my colleagues at the Dullah Omar Institute, in particular, Advocate Jenica Beerkus and Kanisha, of course, for pulling this together. It's a wonderful collaboration between two great institutions. Yeah, we're very grateful for the collaboration that we were able to pull off. So yeah, let me see if I can get the discussion going with some remarks. Yeah, coalitions. Everyone now realizes that they are here to stay. Anyone who did not realize that before realizes it now after the recent elections. They are here to stay. We're also learning and we're innovating. We are, of course, concerned around issues of stability. Again, yesterday, motion of no confidence in the executive mayor of Tshwane, and Tshwane is now again sitting without an executive mayor. So there are concerns around stability, but there are also benefits and good examples. And I think, as Kanisha indicated, sometimes we also tend to overlook the best practices and good examples and focus on the ones that are not working. And indeed, Western Cape has the longest experience with coalitions at local government level, because ever since the year 2000, the start of the local government system as we know it, there have been councils in the Western Cape without an outright majority. So there are maybe interesting lessons to learn from the experience in the Western Cape. At the same time, there cannot be one blueprint coalition. That's also something we are quickly realizing as we see the GNU being formed at national and one or two provincial levels. But then again, what's happening in Gauteng, what happened yesterday in Tshwane, is not GNU. So we have different coalitions at different levels and at different times. And that's the reality. And that comes with the territory. It's not something that can be readily changed. So the one thing that I want to sort of talk about is what can we do to maybe deal with some of the difficulties that we are experiencing with coalitions. Are there rules and practices that we can insist on, or that we can perhaps even legislate that could help? Before I go there, I think it's important that one, or at least I'm now sort of hoping that political actors across the board now realize the following, that sometimes you're in a coalition and sometimes you're not. And sometimes you're the kingmaker and sometimes you are the major player that needs a helping hand. It depends. Depends on which level of government, which municipality, which province, depends on the electoral outcome, depends on when things change. So things are fluid. So we need rules and practices that work for everyone. We cannot think about coalitions only from the perspective of our own political interests of today. Because if we do that, we're going to think about coalitions in a way that's not productive. We need to think about it, take a step back and think what's going to work for everyone. Because sometimes you're in and sometimes you're out. And what rules would safeguard everyone's interests? And I want to make a distinction between two things. One is the governance regime that we have. In other words, the law. Are there things that we can introduce there, stabilizing features that could help us deal with some of the instability? Because I can tell you that when the laws were drafted back in the late 90s and early 2000s, coalitions were not really on the cards. I know that because I was for my sins involved and quite sort of active in that period in and around Parliament. Nobody was talking about the prospect of coalitions. So it was not on the cards. So there are things that were overlooked, and that's okay, it happens. So can we introduce stabilizing features to the law? Second one is, can we regulate coalitions? Can you regulate political behavior? Can you introduce rules, traditions, customs to change the way coalitions are formed, managed, and broken? And what can we expect from the national government? What can we expect from provincial government? And what can municipalities do themselves? So that's a whole mouthful, a lot of issues. Let me see if I can go through them and touch on a few issues. Talk about the governance regime, the law. Now, starting off with the electoral system, we have proportional representation. Electoral system that is not designed to produce a majority. It's not designed to produce a majority. The fact that it often does is because a political party sweeps the board and is so strong that it catches all the votes, but the system itself is not designed to create a majority. And it's a good system. I don't think we really want to change that. There's very few people who argue that we need to change the system, electoral system for local government altogether, except that there's no threshold. So that's a big debate. We don't have a threshold, which means the smallest parties can also enter the council and obtain seats. There's now a proposal in draft legislation to introduce a 1% threshold. And that's an important stabilizing feature, potentially, in the governance system, that we defragment politics, reduce the number of political parties, and it would eliminate a lot of small parties. So that's a sacrifice. And that's something that a lot of people disagree with for very good reasons. It's a trade-off. And it's a decision that ultimately Parliament will have to make, whether that 1% threshold is going to be introduced. But it will reduce the number of political parties that enter the council. So that's one small feature that is a possibility. Second feature of our governance system is our parliamentary system. The fact that the executive depends on the support of the council. We don't have directly elected mayors. If we had directly elected mayors, we wouldn't need coalitions. Do we want to introduce directly elected mayors? Not really. Nobody's really talking about it. It's not really on the cards, and I don't think it would be a good idea either. I think parliamentary system that we have in principle is good. But there are some modifications that are being proposed and that could be proposed. One small one, which I think is a good one, it's in the bill currently, is that we abolish the secret ballot, that we no longer in the council vote in secret, voting the mayor out or voting a new mayor in, that we do that with a show of hands. And I think that's a good change being proposed, that we no longer do this behind closed doors. The second proposal that's being made in the bill that's being consulted now by the Department of Cooperative Governance is to limit motions of no confidence. Motions of no confidence in the executive and in speakers has become a very blunt instrument. It's no longer an instrument to extract accountability. It's an instrument to simply use when the numbers are in your favor. When the chips fall in your favor, you launch a motion of no confidence in order to take power. It's no longer an accountability instrument. It's become blunt. So the proposal is to introduce, as my colleague Lukhona Mnguni says, a 2-year holiday for mayors. That when a mayor is elected, for 2 years after the general elections, you cannot table a motion of no confidence. I have difficulties with that proposal, but we do need to look at ways and means of limiting the abuse of motions of no confidence. We can talk about that a bit more as the day progresses. The third argument that's being raised also in the bill and in the discussions is to introduce executive committees in hung council. So when a council does not have an outright majority, that it is not run by an executive mayor or by an executive committee. Executive committee essentially is, instead of electing an executive mayor, you elect a committee that is composed of all the major political parties in the council, almost like a government of local unity kind of concept. So the bill says, let's make that compulsory for all hung councils. I think in principle, it is a very interesting idea. For one, because in the executive committee system, when the mayor is dismissed, the executive stays in place. So the mayor is dismissed through a motion of no confidence, but his or her colleagues with whom he or she runs the municipality stay in place. Now that's a major advantage of the executive committee system, because in the executive mayor system, when the mayor is dismissed, the entire mayoral committee goes. It happened yesterday in the city of Tshwane. I got a message this morning from the city manager saying, I'm now sitting with an acting executive mayor and no mayoral committee. The whole top floor of the city of Tshwane is empty, it's gone. And this is going to take a few weeks, if not months, to be fixed. So that's a major advantage of the executive committee system. But there are lots of loopholes and legal and practical issues with that proposal, which I won't go into now, but it is an interesting suggestion to discuss. What I think we should also introduce, and this is unfortunately not yet in the bill, is to give political parties a little bit more time to negotiate a coalition. You know, we all know about that 14-day window period at the start of the term of office. You have an election, the outcome is a scrambled egg. So you need to negotiate a coalition, and you need to do that within 14 days, which is woefully too short. It's woefully short. So why not extend that time and give political actors a bit more time to negotiate a coalition? And also introduce a time period for how long it may take to elect your executive when the coalition collapses. Because funny enough, we don't have a deadline for that. There's no deadline for that. The other thing that I would want to introduce, or that I would want to introduce in the debates on limiting motions of no confidence, instead of introducing a ban on motions of no confidence, which I think is a very blunt way of dealing with it, I'm much more in favor of an idea that Advocate Beekers first introduced me to when she did comparative research on coalitions, is the idea of a constructive motion of no confidence, which essentially means that when you table a motion of no confidence in the mayor, you must also have the alternative ready. So you cannot just vote the mayor out. You can only vote the mayor out and vote a new mayor in at the same time. So you need to have your ducks in a row. You need to not only have the votes to remove Mayor X, you also need to have the votes to elect Mayor Y, so that we avoid what's happening now in the city of Tshwane again, when the mayor is dismissed and there is no mayor, and we now must wait and see when the council is going to meet again, and it's going to take time, and there's going to be bickering, and there's going to be a council convened, and then people don't want the council meeting to happen. And before you know it, you have weeks, sometimes even months, without an executive mayor. So the idea of a constructive motion of no confidence appeals to me much more than banning motions of no confidence. So these are a few stabilizing features that I think they are legalistic, they are institutional. They won't fix the problem, not at all, but they may go some way in introducing some stabilizing features. The second theme I wanted to talk about is, can we regulate political behavior? Can we regulate coalitions? And this is where I'm very, very reluctant. I don't think, as a constitutional lawyer, I know enough about politics to know that you cannot dictate, regulate political behavior by law. But what we can do is insist on the development of good practices, customs, traditions, conventions. If we, all of us, do the right thing long enough, it becomes a custom, becomes a tradition. And then slowly but surely, some of those traditions are setting in. And I think over time, we'll see a body of conventions, I would call them, emerge. Say, okay, well, this is actually how we see coalitions. And if you do something else, it's frowned upon. It may not be illegal, but it's frowned upon. And there's a few examples of that. For example, respect for the electoral outcome. It sounds very simple, but very often it's not being practiced. And it has to do with two things for me. One, if you are the biggest political party, you may not have a majority, but you are the biggest political party. Surely there's a special role for you, because for all intents and purposes, you won the election. So shouldn't you have the first bite at the cherry? Form a coalition. Isn't that a pretty normal thing? So I think that's a convention. Start seeing that. Okay, you are the biggest, so you give it a try. If it doesn't work, then we can try. I think that's a very sound principle. Second one is, within the coalition, there are 2 or 3 or more political parties, and there's always 1 or 2, or there's always a bigger party and a smaller party. Surely, if you are the biggest party in the coalition, you should be delivering the mayor. And I think slowly but surely we are edging towards that principle. We no longer like this idea of the kingmaker in the smallest party in the coalition receiving the mayoral chain. We've seen it happen in Joburg over again. We've seen it fail. And it's not a sound practice that the smallest party in the coalition gets the biggest prize. We don't have to be dogmatic about it. It's not like it may never happen. Sometimes it may be that this one individual just happens to rise above all the parties and can be the glue that holds the coalition together. It's not impossible, but it should not be a rule. And those are the kind of conventions that we need to move towards. Also respect the professionalism of the administration. If we negotiate coalitions and any of the prospective coalition partners comes with a negotiating bid or tactic that has to do with tenders or posts or departments, it should be immediately banned. And that coalition partner should be sent out of the coalition negotiating room. That we respect the administration. Thirdly, that coalition agreements are drafted and that they contain tangible policy proposals for what the coalition intends to do. We still don't really know what the GNU's policy proposals are. Can we arrive at a custom or convention that coalition agreements produce tangible policy proposals and that they are published? By the way, this is a part of this now in the bill, because the bill says that coalition agreements ought to be published. And lastly, design a predictable process. I'm a bit puzzled by the fact that in government, there's a script for everything. You want to order a paperclip, there's a form and there's a process and there's procurement. But when we have to form a government, we don't know what to do. There's no script, there's no procedure, there's no guidelines, there's nothing. Surely we can do better than that. Surely we can come up with some sort of slightly predictable script that says, okay, there's a scrambled egg electoral outcome, so be it. On day one, this is the process. This is how we're going to deal with it. And then we can try things. We can be innovative and figure out how we can produce a predictable process so that it's not what it is now, which is what I keep calling a Mexican standoff, where all the political parties just sort of stare at each other and nobody knows who shoots first. And I think we can develop some of those customs and traditions over time. Last point I want to make is, what can we expect from national, provincial, and local government themselves? Big question for provinces is, how do they support this coalition issue in local government? Can ministers of, or MECs and minister of local government, can they be the supporting agent for the building, management, sustaining of coalitions at municipalities? The biggest, I think, question there is, are they enough? Are they objective enough? Are they perceived to be objective enough? There's always allegations of, oh, the MEC is biased because he or she is also a politician. What role can they play, and how do they need to position themselves to play a meaningful, objective, non-partisan role in supporting coalitions in local government? I don't know. I don't have the answer. But when we look at institutions to support coalitions, the MEC for local government seems to be the most appropriate, closest to the issues, knows the local government system, because we shouldn't rely on the courts. We shouldn't establish a registrar of coalitions or a national body of coalitions. None of these things are going to go anywhere. So who do we look at? We look at the support systems that are in place. What can the MEC for local government do? Very last point, and this is a challenge to municipalities themselves, is municipalities must also start doing it for themselves. What can municipalities themselves do? Particularly when we talk about the governance regime, those itsy-bitsy rules that could be altered in ways to make coalitions slightly more stable. I'm convinced that many of those things municipalities can do themselves. In their rules and orders, in their systems of delegations, they can introduce features that can make them more resilient when coalitions are the order of the day. For example, why not introduce the concept of the constructive motion of no confidence in your own internal rules to say, well, in this municipality, if you table a motion of no confidence, it's fine, but you must also have the votes in place for the alternative. Why could you not put that in your own rules and orders? Who's going to stop you? Municipalities regulate their own internal affairs. And there may be other examples. Can a municipality design a holding pattern for when a coalition collapses, that we know what happens, what's the situation, what happens on day one, who's in charge, who takes the decisions, what's the role of the municipal manager, is he or she empowered by the delegations to keep the wheels of government going? There's a lot more that municipalities themselves can do instead of hoping for the best and waiting for national legislation to fix things, which I don't think really is going to be the answer in the long run. So with those ideas and thoughts, I hope I've got some food for thought for you that I was able to present, and I look very much forward to discussing the experience of the Western Cape municipalities and politics, and see how we can make sense of it all and hopefully create a more sustainable and stable coalition practice throughout the country. Thanks very much.
Yeah. Challenged with the height. Okay. I think that would work. Okay, thanks. Good morning, everybody. So the keynote address really set a very serious tone. And I think what we can take from that address by Prof. Professor is that there's a lot of opportunity for imagining innovative governance frameworks, creating a platform where we're introducing new mechanisms to address persistent challenges. So while the keynote address discussed the issue of coalitions and the instability or rather stability that we'd like to achieve, this session is going to be focused on intergovernmental relations and how we can use effective intergovernmental relations to improve service delivery outcomes. So what are the parameters of the session? First, we're going to have three very distinguished experts speaking to us on the different topics. You've got the program in front of you, but for the online audience, let me just make it very clear what the three discussions will be about. There will be 15 presentations. Firstly, on dissecting the district development model, which is very much about cooperative planning in terms of IDP planning and budget formulation. And then we will be followed by a discussion on conflict resolution mechanisms that we can gain from the Constitution in dealing with particularly areas where there are social divided communities. And then lastly, we'll go straight into what's the status quo of the Western Cape. What's working, what's not working, and the question mark about the issue is this the blueprint? Well, we'll find that out in the later discussions that will follow. But so for now, what I'd like to do is to just quickly introduce Director Ashley Losh. I know he doesn't need much introduction to the people in the room, who is an expert in the establishment and the implementation of the district development models across the country, and who also shares pertinent first-hand experience of how it's been implemented in the Western Cape provinces. So, Mr. Losh, you've got 15 minutes. The clock will be ticking shortly, so if you can come up and join us. And then I'm understood to be sitting on that side. So I will have to just let you know if you keep into your time. And so let's take it from there. He's been traveling consistently for 4 days. I think the audience should just bear that with him. Are you good to go, Ashley?
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, colleagues. I would have liked a round of introduction. See who's in the room so that I can pitch my message accordingly. I've been struggling with a bit of cold, flu. I've been in 4 provinces in 4 days, and KZN and Free State was not one of them, so I was not playing in the snow at all. So I'm just waiting for my presentation. So the clock is not ticking yet. So I think what's important, and with the fear of repeating myself, because I see a couple of familiar faces here that walked the path with me, who've been providing quite constructive inputs to this animal called the district development model. And it was actually a policy priority of the 6th administration. And as you would note from my presentation, it stems from what the National Development Plan has been recommending and has been arguing for some time now. That, let's be honest, intergovernmental relations are not working, are not effective. And in the National Development Plan, it sets out a number of reasons and factors contributing to why the statement is made that IGR is not working. And one of the issues, and I want to latch on to what Prof. Professor was saying about, do you regulate, do you legislate political behavior? And can you do so? Because one of the key and significant findings not just from COCTA and not from the National Development Plan, is that if you look at the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act as it stands at the moment, it's very much dependent on personalities, behavior, and political leadership and political commitment. And that was found to be the biggest challenge and the biggest concern why IGR is not working effectively, because there's no real commitment. It's seen as a voluntary approach and a voluntary system of getting us all together. And therefore, it was recommended that, for one, we need to make IGR more strategic in nature, strategic in focus. Sorry, what's it? Is this forward? Okay, so I've already gone into this. And of course, as we know from practice, and especially municipalities, the failure of IGR impacts on how we coordinate our programs and projects in relation to service delivery. So I want to, before, So the NDP then says we need a governance framework for concurrent functions and managing concurrent function. But the key focus there, is the last. We need a predictable institutional mechanism for addressing integrated planning, budgeting, and coherent implementation in municipal spaces, what we now call the district development model. So the district development model then lends itself, its origin lends itself from all of those findings and recommendations made in the National Development Plan and from various IGR studies that the department has conducted. Because what is also clear, and that also stems from a number of research findings, is that what we are doing is we are not coordinating across government. We are simply and merely aligning plans. So we get invited to IDP meetings, we get invited to all kinds of strategic framework development plan meetings, etc. We all sit around a table like this, and we provide input based on a plan that was either produced by a municipality or the provincial department, and we sort of just align our thinking and our plans. So there's no real coordination as such to speak of. And the National Development Plan, I'm going to reference the National Development Plan quite a lot, then indicates that that is not real coordination. We really need to get to a point where we have a mechanism in place, an approach in place where we can talk about real coordination. But the link to that is that there's no real long-term approach and long-term planning. I remember, and you've given a very shortened description of my bio, which I would have deleted at first part in terms of being an expert, is that when I worked for the German Agency for Development Cooperation, and there's some colleagues here that worked with me back then, we frequented Europe quite a lot through study exchanges and study tours and visits. And the last visit we had when I was still there was in France. And this is one of the reasons why you saw a very successful hosting of the recently held Olympics, because it's been coming on for some years. The planning has been coming on some years. And if you look at the planning in France, for example, they have moved for years from 3 to 5 year planning to a much longer term planning approach. France is but one country in Europe. Germany is the same. And when we went to visit France in the districts in the rural areas, we noticed that the impact that long-term planning has on the sustainability and the feasibility of municipalities was significant. And that is sort of underscored in the 2022 Human Science Research Council study, which I also referenced in the presentation, where they provided an opinion on, or research study that they conducted on the district development model. And they looked at various European case studies. They looked at a number of African case studies that where countries have moved from the 3 to 5 to a much longer 10, 15, 20-year planning regime. And the impact that it had, not just on the plans itself, but on the sustainability of municipal institutions. And it was found that the DDM is actually on the right path. It's all about how do we institutionalize and how do we make that mindset shift across the 3 spheres of government, but also linking it up with the involvement of private sector companies and sector agents. And another anecdote is our recent engagement in Northwest with the platinum mine companies, where mines were saying, we need to do 10 to 15-year forecasts of the sustainability of operations in a particular municipal space and a geographical space. But when they do that, they can't get the same from municipalities and from government as a whole, because government is set in the 3 years medium term, and a 5-year planning cycle, whilst they think much broader and much longer term. So in essence, without being too technical, the district development model is really an operational approach that tries to ensure that all of government plans and budgets are coordinated through existing IGR structures. And this attempts to address the recommendations from the National Development Plan that we need to find an approach to make, first of all, IGR structures more strategic and not just these talk shops. And secondly, we need to make IGR more outcomes orientated so that we know exactly what we want to achieve and what we want to deliver at the end of the day. But thirdly, we need to unfortunately start venturing into the space of thinking long term. I put my own emphasis on it to say longer term, because in many quarters and many sectors in government, and that's debatable, 5 years is seen as long term. So my emphasis is how do we get to that longer term delivery of projects and programs. But again, another emphasis on the district development is that it's not a municipal plan. If you look at the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act, the premier of a province have a certain IGR coordination responsibility. And in simple terms, I refer to premiers as the IGR champions in a province, because that is what the IGR Act requires. If you look at down to the local government environment, I see district mayors to be the local government IGR champion in that district and in the municipal space. So there's a particular responsibility attached to those office bearers to make sure that IGR is actually working in their respective spaces. And the DDM then is incorporated into the functioning and the responsibility of those office bearers as IGR champions. I see I have 5 minutes left. I think they counted in the time that it took for me to get to the podium. So I'm summarizing to say that we are working with the IDPs that cannot be replaced. So that is the municipal 5-year implementation plan. The DDM, and that's now become more prominent through the publishing of the DDM regulations in May 2024, make reference to what is called an Intergovernmental One Plan. And that Intergovernmental One Plan is a plan that contains committed long-term catalytic projects. So a municipality, through its IDP processes, will then identify certain projects in its space that is of catalytic nature, which is of a catalytic nature. The one plan is a consolidation of those catalytic projects as a strategic framework, but it highlights what are the intergovernmental commitments and private sector commitments towards that, those programs and projects. The IDP will then have to express the municipality's commitment to the implementation of that particular project or program. Because everybody, when they commit to a catalytic project, will have to indicate what are those commitments. And for a municipality, those commitments must be reflected in its SDPIP and its IDP, of course. So this slide was just showing the interplay and interlinkages between the one plans and the IDP. Sorry, I'm skipping quite a lot here. But maybe of importance is that when the sixth administration pronounced that the district development model will be firstly its policy response to the National Development Plan, and that secondly it will be a policy priority. It made it clear that, and this was based on lessons learned from international good practices, that it's not going to be an overnight exercise. And I think most of us in the room who've been walking the path on the DDM would realize that it's not an easy task to do, because the sixth administration was very clear that we need to start changing minds when we talk about planning, budgeting, and implementation of projects, because we still have those silo coordination happening across the three spheres of government, but also horizontally within the different spheres of government. So the sixth administration then approved this implementation plan with specific timeframes. And the encircled phase there is where we are currently in, where we need to get the institutionalization of the DDM within these existing IGR structures and platforms right. We also need to get the formulation and the implementation of one plans right. So we have been given till, what was it, March 2025 to get all of those rights. And one key milestone was the introduction and publishing of the DDM regulations. And there's a lot of debate about whether those regulations will have any effect, or will it contribute to more confusion, etc. That we can debate when I'm not here. But it's again the point, we have the regulations. Will we have that mind shift? Can you regulate behavior? Can you legislate behavior? Can you legislate and regulate mind shifts and mind changes? So this is where we are. following from the previous slide. So I can urge colleagues to read the Human Science Research Council study. And there was a study by WITS as well, 2022, on their focus was more on civil society's involvement in the DDM. Those studies are available, which I can share. This is the last slide, and I think my time is up. So the DDM is not a standalone. It must be incorporated into existing planning processes. And practice has shown it's easier said than done. And I make reference to the regulations as well. Will the regulations assist and contribute to ensuring that we achieve that? The DDM is an all-of-government approach, but the emphasis is the approach is on catalytic long-term projects, and it's based on ensuring that the coordination responsibilities of all of us as government are enhanced through these processes, with the expectation that we will get to a point where we can say IGR is working, IGR platforms and structures are strategic, and our outcomes are orientated. And lastly, in conclusion, the DDM is not a COCTA project. As I indicated, it came from the 6th administration, from a cabinet. COCTA, through the Minister of COCTA, has been assigned the responsibility to coordinate the implementation of the DDM. Thank you. I think I'm done. Right.
Thanks, Ashley. Already I hear the undertones that the intergovernmental tensions will not actually just manifest at a local level, but as well within the provincial and national governments. A side note is with regards to the emphasis that it's not a COCTA initiative already is indicative, and I will come, and I'm sure the discussion will pick up on that, how even in national, provincial levels, you have line departments fighting over who's champion what type of intergovernmental relations. On that note, we are again now joined by a constitutional expert who's presently the National Research Chair on divided societies, constitutional divide and divided societies. The focus of Prof. Fisher's discussion has slightly changed. So for now, Prof. Fisher will be looking at the theoretical underpinnings of the research that he conducted in the publication of 22, which discusses constitutional design in divided societies and how intergovernmental relations is shaped by political nuances. So on that note, Jonathan, would you please come to the floor and address us on that topic? We're very interested to see what you have to say. Thanks.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the introduction, Sham. And thank you very much for the invitation. So when I was invited to speak on the book that I produced with other colleagues on intergovernmental relations and divided societies, I wasn't sure if it's if the focus of the book is relevant to today's discussion, and I'm still not sure about that. But so the book brought together contributions from I think about 8 countries, looking at how and examining the form and operation of intergovernmental relations in divided societies. So it had two aims. So the first aim of the book was to examine whether the divided nature of a society affects intergovernmental relations, whether it affects the nature of intergovernmental relations. And the second question was to look at whether, again, the divided nature of the society affects the type of institutions and instruments that are employed to facilitate intergovernmental relations. So those were the two major questions. Now, so okay, all right. So when you talk about divided societies, so here we know that diversity, whether it's along ethnic, religious, or other fault lines, characterizes the populations of many countries around the world. But we're not, so the book is not focused on just only on societies that are merely diverse, but divided societies. And these are societies in which our social differences have also become our political differences. These are societies in which the social markers like language, ethnicity, or race have also become politically salient. So political competition or political cooperation is conducted along those same fault lines. And the countries included in the volume exhibit these traits of a divided society to different degrees. Some are countries where the political landscape is dominated by ethnic, linguistic, or regional-based political parties, as we see in Belgium, Ethiopia, or India. In other cases, these are countries that face a credible threat of secession, as in UK, which faces a possible secession of Scotland, or Spain facing the secession of Catalonia. And in some cases, we have communities that are historically distinctive and different from the rest of the society. So in Italy, you have in the northern part, the South Tyrol community, which is a German-speaking community. Now, one of the common feature of these societies is that they acknowledge their divided nature. So they have put in place laws and institutions that represent the acknowledgement of the division that characterizes the society. And an important part of that acknowledgement is the provision of autonomy arrangements. Now, these are autonomy arrangements that come in different forms. So in some of the cases, we have countries that are self-declared federations. And so in these cases, then autonomy comes within the framework of federalism. So the case in, for example, Canada, Switzerland, or Ethiopia. In other cases, and this is very common, countries are hesitant to regard themselves as federations, or they deliberately avoid the use of the term federal, but still provide autonomy arrangement and include some federal elements, as we see, for example, in UK, which calls it a system of devolution, or Spain, which have a set of autonomies, and also India, which talks about union. That's it. Now, irrespective of, I think, the different form of autonomous arrangement, what becomes crucial is that because there is a recognition of different levels of government, then the intergovernmental relations remains vital, or it becomes important. And so as a result, these countries have established a number of intergovernmental forums and instruments that facilitate interaction across jurisdictions. Now, just to provide a sort of a brief general overview. So on the one hand, so most of these countries have bicameral parliaments, which means that their second chambers, like the South African NCOP, are supposed to ensure the representation of subnational units and also and hence serve as a site of legislative intergovernmental relations. Now, look at those countries have shown that these most institutions actually do not really serve as a site of legislative intergovernmental relations, or they have a very limited role. And that's largely because in most of these countries, members of the second chamber are either not representatives of the subnational unit, or they have a very limited link with the subnational unit or the subnational government. So they act as sort of as national politicians. So they do not act as representatives of a territory. And hence, often they vote along political party lines, and hence legislative IGR is almost non-existent or ineffective. And that means that in the absence of legislative IGR, what we have is IGR dominated by the executive. Now, and in most of these countries, we have multiple forums, both formal and informal, that facilitate intergovernmental relations, and they deal with major topical issues. And I think Canada is a country which has the largest number of such bodies. It has about 35 intergovernmental councils. And most of these councils are vertical councils that bring together the national government with the subnational government, the leaders of the subnational government. And the most common are what we call the summit conferences or the summit intergovernmental conferences, which bring together the top leader of the national government and the top leaders of the subnational government. But few of these intergovernmental forums are institutionalized. So in many places, they're either their operation and their existence is based on sort of non-binding memorandum of understanding, or it's also based on sort of agreements between the parties. And in some cases, as in Canada, for example, there is no law, there is no agreement that regulates that forum, and hence it's completely informal. Now, because of that, because they are not institutionalized, it means that there is no binding rules that regulates these forums. So there is no binding rules that provides for secretariat or for sort of regular meetings. But also, it means that these forums are often brought together or convened at the whims of the national government, who will also determine the agenda. So often, subnational units complain about the fact that their agenda is not included or is at the bottom of the list. And as a result of that, you also have a situation with these forums are often convened by the national government few times, and sometimes they all even fall into disuse. So you have the domination of the central government in these forums. And as a result, some also have established horizontal forums. But to move to the sort of the main question, was that what is the impact of the divided nature of the society on the nature of the intergovernmental relations? Now, this is not just simply to determine whether intergovernmental relations in such societies are conflictual or cordial. We know that in any society, intergovernmental interactions are conflictual, they have their own constraints. But the question is whether this conflict comes as a result of different reasons. And what we found in the case is that IGRs or intergovernmental relations in divided societies tend to be conflictual, not because of policy objectives, but because of the competing visions of society and because of the sort of the institutional arrangement that should be put in place to regulate that society. So, for example, in Canada, IGR is conflictual largely because of the rival nation-building project. So we have the French-speaking Canada, Quebec, which asserts a different nation identity of the state compared to the rest of the Canada, and as a result, that has been the source of intergovernmental tension in that country. And it also means that it also affects the type of issues that dominate the intergovernmental arena. So in most of these countries, what we see is that most of the intergovernmental discussions touch on identity-related constitutional issues. So it's not limited to policy and technical issues. We also see that the discussions are so much focused on identity-related issues that they even affect non-identity-related issues. So, for example, in Italy, during the COVID pandemic, there was a decision made to ease the restrictions put in place as a response to the pandemic, and there was an intergovernmental dispute about that. The province of South Tyrol, which is German-speaking, was not happy with the measure that was put in place because they believed that the measure was prohibition-based, but they saw themselves as a German population, which is more, according to them, is disciplined, and hence the response or the restriction should have been more left to the individual responsibility as opposed to that being a prohibition-based one. So we also see that other issues are also affected by that. I'm told that I have 5 minutes, so let's see. But you also see that relations may not always be conflictual or different, because it also shows that in these societies, divided societies, the divided nature of the society might not be the only determining factor. So one factor, as we know from the South African experience as well, is party congruence. So when there is a party congruence between political parties at the national and the subnational level, and intergovernmental relations are likely to be more cordial and less conflictual. But what we also see is that even when there is no party congress, even when the subnational party that is very nationalist is controlling the subnational government, we still may not have conflictual intergovernmental relations because the subnational government might want to prove itself as a government that have the competence to govern. So this desire to prove itself as a competent government might also helps to avoid conflictual relationship. In other cases, lack of resources on the part of the subnational government and heavy reliance on the national government might also explain why there is less conflictual interrelations, because those resource poor subnational units would like to have actually good relationship with the central government because they depend on the financial aid that they receive from the national government. And the last point that we discussed was that does the divided nature of the society affect the type of institutions and instruments that are put in place to facilitate IGR? Do we see a formal or informal, a multilateral or bilateral, or regional or national IGR institutions in this kind of societies? So one of the things that we saw is that societal diversity sometimes is also reflected in the intergovernmental arrangement. So for example, in one of the countries, Switzerland, we see that subnational units that share common language tend to establish a horizontal intergovernmental forum. So for example, countries that speak French in that country have established political forums, sectoral forums that facilitate interaction among the units. What you also see is that the divided nature of the society might also encourage the most assertive subnational unit to take the initiative to establish horizontal forums that bring together the other subnational units. And they do that not because they want more integration, not because they want to engage in more harmonization of policies, but because they see the horizontal forum as a forum on which they can gang up against the national government, by which they can increase their bargaining power against the national government. So based on that kind of need, they often also, as we see in Canada and Spain, establish horizontal forums. And finally, so the other issue that we look at is that whether the divided nature of the society again impacts on the question of whether the form that the intergovernmental relations takes should be multilateral or bilateral. We know that in many cases, intergovernmental relations in intergovernmental agreements are often multilateral. But we have seen that in many of these countries, the subnational units that claim distinctiveness often would like to use a bilateral forums to facilitate interactions. And this is good for them because it allows them to pursue an agenda which is different from the rest of the country. And this might be crucial in a divided society, because in a divided society, not every subnational unit is skeptical of the national government. Some subnational units are okay with the national government imposing common standards, engaging in harmonization, but other subnational units might see any attempt by the national government to undermine their identity, and because of that, they are often skeptical of the national government. So having a bilateral forums would allow the accommodation of such subnational units. I've got 1 minute. So, and the final question was that whether it affects whether IGR is conducted through formal or informal mechanisms. Now, the thinking was that, for example, institutionalization of intergovernmental relations means more balanced relationship, because there will be regularity of meeting, setting of agendas in a manner that is inclusive. And because of that, the expectation is that some national units in such societies would like to have a more institutionalized IGR mechanisms. And we've seen that in UK, for example, when one of the questions that the nationalist parties come to power is the restoration of the formal intergovernmental structures as a major and main site of intergovernmental interactions. And institutionalization is also seemed ideal in a diverse society, because in those societies, cooperation is unattractive, it's difficult. And so there may not be a spontaneous cooperation with each other. So having an institutionalized forum helps with that kind of situation. And finally, institutionalization might also help the different levels of government to see each other as equal partners, because when the intergovernmental relation is based on ad hoc arrangements, then it doesn't provide, or it doesn't signify equality. But institutionalization allows for that equal view of the different subnational units. So let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Professor. Those theoretical underpinnings, I was trying to make all the connections with the situation that we're having in the Western Cape. I mean, from the extractions of your discussion, it is quite clear that, you know, when there are the divided societies, there might not be a common vision, and it's not necessarily political underpinnings that are causing the tensions. Just another issue also about centralization and devolution issues that are being funded by the National Government of Unity. I think this might play itself out in terms of tensions that might be happening with the local municipalities, with district municipalities, which actually you might touch on when we have the facilitated discussion in terms of the implementation of the district development model. Right, so stopping there and moving to the next session. So last but not least, we have Mr. Lance Joel, the Chief Operating Officer of SALGA, 20 years experience in the field, back in the trenches for 20 years already, one of the champions that led the framework on coalition-led governance. So without further ado, I'm handing over to you, Lance. You have the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Program Director, and also greetings to Professor De Visser and all of the colleagues that are present. And as I was driving here this morning, I was wondering, what are we going to talk about? And when I say what we are going to talk about, is it going to be a complaint session? Are we going to lament? Or am I going to walk away with a smile that there's some exciting things happening within coalitions? And so I had prepared a presentation, which is on the screen, but I want to be positive, but it's very difficult. It's very difficult. Also, in preparing the presentation, we thought not to make assumptions, not knowing who the audience will be. So some of the detail may be obvious, and you may say, well, I know that. But the idea is to put us all on the same page, and then secondly, do our own and give our own perspectives on coalitions with a strong focus in the Western Cape. And so I always start the conversation. Maybe I should do it more. I don't do it as much as I should. But I think quite often we forget the basics. So in addition to the objects of local government as outlined in section 152 of the Constitution, I always think about these two policy prescripts in the white paper on local government. And I will read it because I think we sometimes allow things to happen, but then there's nothing that anchors us and puts a foundation. Why are we doing these things? So local government has a critical role to play in rebuilding local communities and environments as the basis for a democratic, integrated, prosperous, and truly non-racial society. I wonder which councillor wakes up in the morning and thinks about this is the role of local government. But also that local government should be committed to working with citizens, groups, communities to create sustainable human settlements which provide for a decent quality of life and meet the social, economic, and material needs of communities in a holistic way. So we are talking about local government. These are the expectations, but we talk about everything except local government working with citizens and communities to improve the quality of their lives. So those who had the benefit of following what happened in Tshwane yesterday must ask this question: was any of what happened yesterday in Tshwane about this, or meeting the 5 objects of local government as stated in section 152 of the Constitution? And you will probably reach the same conclusion I reached, and it is that there's an elephant in the room. And I think we must be quite frank about who or what the elephant is so that we know what we are dealing with. Many people don't want to recognize that there's an elephant in the room. And I can see all of you are looking at me the same way they are looking at the elephant. I am not the elephant. So I'm assuming you are looking at contents of what is going to be presented. But the idea that we would want to put forward is that at the core of the problems that we have, including coalition governments, is politics. So Professor De Visser, supported by those that followed after him, confirms that it would be very difficult to regulate political behavior. But it does not mean we must do nothing. Because the reality is that at the core of the problems is that elephant. And we need to ensure that we find a way of limiting what that elephant does and what it does not do. And so it is this picture that is a national picture of elections since 2000. To tell the story, firstly, that since the first elections in December 2000, we have had coalition governments. It's not a new thing. It's not a new thing. It's been consistent throughout. But for the Western Cape itself, and then maybe that's why there's a proposal that it be the blueprint for coalitions, is that with every single, it's the only province in the country that has with every single election emerged with coalitions. Every single one of them. And it has always been high in the numbers, the highest in the first 2 terms, following KZN, and you can see the trend in KZN in the 3rd term, and then the highest in the 4th term, and then the second highest just following KZN, who has almost double the number of municipalities that this province has, sitting at 17. It's not 18, it's 17. Should be a correction. But the interesting part is what we have captured here. And I must first start by saying we're talking about stable and unstable municipalities. The stable we are referring to is political stability. which is separate from the ability to deliver and execute the mandate. It is simply put political stability. So you can see in all of the provinces that emerged into 2021 with coalitions, this is an 11. This is not 12. It's 11. That's why that's 17. I did do maths higher grade, but that was 33 years ago. So excuse my 17 and 18. It is part of the 33 years loss. I have not used math since then, other than budgeting monthly. And even that is not working because it's an unfunded budget, the personal one. And then we have the unstable. So in the Western Cape province, we are sitting with 11 that are stable and 6 of them that are unstable based on our own assessment. And you can see all of the provinces play in the space with the exception of Mpumalanga that has stable coalitions and the Northwest. I still have for me, the jury is out on the Northwest because there is a coalition that purports to be stable, but I do not think it is stable. It is the only municipality in that province where the entire council was dissolved with the hope that it would improve the outcome, and the majority party in that municipality lost its majority. And that has created instant, but it's also the municipality where the mayor resigned on the same day on which he was elected. So that has nothing to do with improving the lives of people, but it is what we talk about every day. So this is the picture in the country, but with focus on the Western Cape, that is where we are. For me, this is a very interesting slide for a number of reasons, and I thought it also to link it to coalitions. So Stats SA, when they released the census last year, they said to us that more than half of the population of the country resides in 17 municipalities, meaning that the remaining 240 municipalities as the other half of the population. So 17 municipalities have more than 50% of the population. But when you look at these 17 municipalities, 9 of them are coalition government municipalities. And in fact, a third of the population reside in coalition government municipalities. So 1 out of every 3 people resides in a coalition government municipality. The last interesting part is that of those 9 coalition government municipalities, all of them are unstable. So a third of the population are living in unstable, politically unstable municipalities. A third of the population live in 9 municipalities governed by through coalitions, and they are all unstable. If you want to link it to the Western Cape, there is no coalition. Well, firstly, there's no coalition governed. Well, with the exception of Cape Town, there is no other city that has 17, is included in the 17 municipalities, but also there is no coalition government municipalities that is in the 17 and or the 9 that are coalition governed. So for me, if we really want to, so the point that we really want to make here is that if we simply solve political stability in these nine municipalities, a third of the population would be affected positively. That is the point that we wanted to make with this particular slide. This picture is just unpacking the detail. I think colleagues are aware of in the Western Cape itself, we have 13 outrightly won councils. We have 15 that are coalition governed as per the slide. This is just the detail. The ones in red are the ones that we are saying are politically unstable. And then we have the two metros. So those are the locals, and these are the two, metros districts that are coalition governed. For me, based on recent developments, there may be political stability, but Central Karoo has many problems. And you may say that some of these are having problems, like Kanaland, as an example, but the problems are not necessarily political instability. There are other inabilities that the municipality has in executing its constitutional mandate. So when we start unpacking the unstable, and we thought it would be useful to show the composition of the councils politically, and then the makeup of the coalitions themselves. One thing that comes out clear here is that the same may apply on the stable ones, but on the unstable ones, there's a very thin majority. And we have also seen that with well, I'm not sure if it is as an outcome of the national elections, but what is starting to happen, well, it happened yesterday, and it happened just under 2 months ago in this province, in this municipality, Oudtshoorn, is that we have now seen there are actually no political principles. When I say principles, not the person, the idea, principle, that it seems like all parties are now prepared to work with each other. So we are putting aside, for some reason, whereas previously we used to take into account the baggage of a party, we have now removed the condom. We've removed the condom. We said, we are taking the risk. We are. What was said yesterday by the leader of one party? He said, for the best interest of our country. So he's removed the condom for the best interest of our country. Please don't try that at home or wherever you go if it's not at home. And that is what is emerging, is that now we are likely to see power exchanging hands based on parties now forming new alliances. And it's not alliances that are principled, meaning we're doing it at all levels of government. We effectively have different alliances at local government level. In fact, at municipal level, there are different alliances. So you can find a party working with another in X municipality and refuse to work with the same partner in Y municipality, and find another partner. So someone said to me, I'm going to repeat it, but it's not my words. Coalition government has become prostitution. That's what someone said. And you can now understand what is happening. And that is the worrying part. So there are a number of things that emerges. You can see, firstly, the unstable is not linked to one party. Both the two biggest parties have the same problem. I think we all know about Swellendam, where there is two parties having 5 seats, and Professor DeFessa says the kingmaker is Freedom Front Plus. I've been in this municipality, very nice municipality. I have, in fact, workshopped this council. I absolutely love the speaker, who is the kingmaker. Yeah, he's in coalition with another party, but in council he decides what he likes or not likes, and will vote on what he likes or not like, despite being in a coalition. And we are likely to see this difficulty. And in fact, those who are closer to the action would know that when a decision is to be taken, the outcome is always 5-5. The speaker firstly refuses to vote, and now he has a casting vote. And he's also refusing to put the casting vote. So decisions are being affected here because the kingmaker is undecided the kingmaker doesn't want to upset anyone, essentially. So those are the key issues emerging. The same on stable municipalities. It's on both sides.
All on your 15 minutes. So were you going to be happy on the
Yes, I'm 2 minutes away. You don't mind? Okay. Let me skip that. I want to get to this part. So we were assisted by Professor De Visser and Advocate Beekers in putting together our collisions framework. And I always fall back on what this collision framework is saying. So I'm saying to you, Ashley, because Ashley's statement earlier was, what happened to the collisions framework? This is what I want to tell you, Ashley. If you want to go back to defining the functionality of coalitions, go back on what we had said is the basis for stability and what should be avoided. And go back to the unstable municipalities, and you will find in here, I'm hoping colleagues from the back can see. So we are saying all of these things must happen during coalition formation. But also there are things that must happen once the coalition is formed. And when you go and unpack the current difficulties, because we've done the exercise, the current contributing factors towards unstable municipalities, you would find them doing things we said they should not be doing. And what brings them together is they were able to distribute political positions. So one is happy to be the speaker, one is happy to be the executive mayor, but they've even gone further and they have negotiated the appointment of staff. And as soon there is a disagreement on these two areas only, there's instability. As soon as there is a disagreement, minor disagreement, there is instability. But where you have seen some of these things not finding expression, particularly in stable coalitions, the only thing they may have agreed on is who's going to be speaker and mayor. But they've not taken it further than that. The rest, there is a principled position on how do we appoint staff members. There's a process that must be followed. Anyone who wants to apply must go through that process. We're not going to influence the process. We are going to agree to disagree. There's a collision. We will get into this marriage, but we'll get in with the understanding there are some things that we are not going to agree to. And we will find a mechanism when it emerges to solve it through dispute resolution. So the point we are really trying to make here is that when you go to the coalitions framework as developed, you will draw a close link between stable municipalities and what the framework provided for, and quite the opposite. For unstable municipalities, what the framework specifically said, steer away from. So we remain at the forefront of the argument with political parties that whilst there are discussions on many things, including legislation, there's an existing solution, which is in the framework, and detailing proposals on how to resolve those where there are challenges. And we have seen it finding expression in some of the municipalities, and the Western Cape is a good example of that. Thank you very much.
Thanks. So we've had provocative conversations about dipping in with no protection. The other issue that I wanted to draw out, which was quite significant for me, was Lance's last statements about saying that with the conversations about service delivery, the objectives of local government, Section 152, what is happening with regards to communities? What is the vision for communities? Is it overwhelmingly just about stable coalitions, unstable coalitions? And the remark that a stable coalition doesn't necessarily result in improved service delivery outcomes, which is our fundamental goal in terms of the district development model for coordinated cooperation, IDP alignment, and going beyond IDP alignment, pulling resources together to improve better outcomes for the citizens that's living this reality. So now, we had the 3 presentations. I know that there are a lot of ideas that has been brewing in people's minds right now. So we're going to move into a facilitated discussion, bearing in mind that we have the online audience also. I'm not quite sure who's moderating the chat box. So if someone can indicate to me if there are any questions coming through on the online forum, thanks. And then what I think we can do now is go straight into a round of taking 3 questions from the floor. Please identify yourself, the organization you're affiliated to, and then also who you would like to pose your question to. If you don't have a specific person in mind, you can just pose your question generally. So the floor is open for questions. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andre Truta. I'm the Executive Mayor of Saldanha Bay Municipality. So my first one is to Ashley. Don't know where Ashley is. She's over there. We've seen each other a few times, and I have even had the honor to discuss this with the Honorable President Cyril Ramaphosa of the 6th administration. He was the president at once as well. The problem that I have with what we do in government is that we always focus on failure and not on success. We even starting to say that coalition has something to do with failure of success, instead of focusing on service delivery, because that's what it's all about. Coalition does not necessarily affect service delivery, nor does the outright stable government. So that's where and that's what I've where I would challenge Lance as well and say, we should, when you've got that higher grade maths, use it to equal service delivery. The problem that I have with the DDM is it's contrary to what the Constitution describes as our 3 spheres of government, and the instruction that it has that you have local, provincial, and national, and that they are independent spheres of government that may not interfere with each other but have to assist each other. So my submission is that there is enough rules, there's enough possibilities for intergovernmental relations. Now, let me give you an example. At an IDP meeting, there's a standing invitation to your provincial and to your national government. They never even arrive. Not once. In the 7 years that I've attended IDPs. So the mechanisms is there, rather use them. The DDM was a political plan. And presenter said that it did not come from COCTA. It came from national government. It was driven by a ruling party because they had the votes in the room. So, but I don't even have a problem with that. And the question that I had for the president is the same that I had today. What was your measurement when you came up? What was your role model? What was your founding principles? Did you go and study municipalities that are working, that are delivering services, and you came up with your model from that? The answer, it's a rhetorical question, is no. In fact, where it was tested, the guinea pigs are still failing municipalities. So it's failed in law. all the trials have failed. I would say my submission is let's rather try and focus on who delivers services and
Thanks.
make your inputs according to that.
Okay, great. Actually, I'll give you time to think about the question and then we can take another question. Is the other second question coming from the floor before we have Ashley address us? There we go. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, no, thank you. My name is Ntando Sindane. I teach at the Department of Public Law and Jurisprudence at the University of the Western Cape. And I just have one question and maybe a comment. And the question maybe is for Prof. Yabdefisa. In the lead up to the May 29 elections, there were one or two political parties in their manifestos who suggested that we need to do away with provinces. And in their suggestion, they said that doing away with provinces would allow for a refocus on a repurposing of resources to strengthen municipalities. So I just want to know if Prof finds that to be a suggestion that is workable or if it has any merit. And then the comment, I'll make it very quickly.
Okay.
The comment, I sort of worry about the proverbial elephant in the room being politics, because it suggests that there's no space for politics in municipalities and government. And government is a political institution, you know. So instead of really shunning away politics, perhaps the move that we should be going towards is to address politics, is to engage with politics, is to grapple with politics. The us and them sort of discussion is unhelpful, because in public discourse, there's this demonization of politics, as if, you know, some political parties say, we don't need politicians sitting in the Judicial Service Commission. We don't need politicians being here and there, as if politics is some dark arts. So I really think that we need to do that. Maybe lastly, one last sentence.
Last one.
one last sentence.
Okay.
There's a crisis for me also in how we talk about development and not historicize it well. So there's a historicity that I think is missing when we talk about development and how municipalities do well and do badly. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So, Ashley, if you could respond to the first question, Prof. Yap, you to the second question, and then I think the third comment was directed at Lance, if I'm not correct. Yeah. So okay. So that's the flow of the questions, and then you'll check the chat box for me. Thanks.
No, thanks, Program Director. And as the executive mayor indicated, we had numerous conversations on this. And the legality and the constitutionality of the DDM as an approach. And we must not forget and I think this is what we try to communicate in the presentation. What is required of us as government? Given that, yes, we do acknowledge the challenges with the IDP. And we are not saying that we're ignoring those challenges of the IDP. But what is required of us from a policy perspective and from an overall country strategic perspective is that as much as we trying to fix the short to medium term planning trajectory, which impacts on the budget and the spending and appropriation of budget, we need to be mindful of where we want to go longer term with this. So the DDM is, if I can underscore the point, it's an operational approach. Trying to incorporate all of the various planning processes and plans and approaches into one, a streamlined approach that will take us beyond 5 years limitations. And that is in essence what it is. And when we dissected the DDM from a legal and constitutional perspective, it was found that it is a necessary approach to undertake and is above board. If I can put an anecdote, when we met with a well-known constitutional law expert based here in Cape Town, and he's not in the room, he very cheekishly and tongue-in-cheek was saying that if you look at chapter 3 of the Constitution, and if you look at section 40, subsection 2, under the chapter, there's an operative word that is used that says all of government must adhere to the principles and requirements under this chapter. And I'm paraphrasing now. And he was saying that we are all constitutional delinquents because we are simply not doing IGR as it's supposed to be, and we are not adhering to the principles of cooperative government. And therefore, he even cheekishly offered to sponsor transport for us to go and report to the Constitutional Court and declare ourselves as constitutional delinquents. But in essence, what we're saying, and that is manifested in the National Development Plan and other research, is that we must get IGR right. We must get IGR to be outcomes and strategic focused, but also the world is moving longer term.
Yeah.
So how do we get to that to that point? So that's all we are saying on that. Thanks.
Thanks, yeah.
Thanks, Shyam. So, yeah, whether or not to abolish provinces, one can say a lot of things about that, which I'm not going to do because it's a bit off the topic. But just a few short remarks. It is a fascinating question and a very important one. So, and obviously in the Constitution, there's a mechanism for that, which can be used. So but it's quite hard to do because you need a constitutional amendment and you need the essentially approval of the affected provinces. So constitutionally, it's of course possible, but a very difficult procedure with a high threshold. The fact that we have 9 provinces is deeply historical and a product of, the constitutional negotiations leading up to the interim constitution. Some still argue that it was a wrong decision and there was a betrayal, and it is something that should be revisited. I want to mention 2 things. One is a great study done by Professor in his PhD. One of the points that he made was, if you look at the boundaries of our provinces and you look at which languages are predominantly spoken where, you actually see that there is a confluence. So even though we don't practice, let's call it ethnic federalism, we don't associate provinces with ethnic groups because, that's really not where we want to go. But actually, if you look at the boundaries of our provinces, they do sort of coincide with where people speak what language, with certain exceptions. But I mean, if you look at where Afrikaans is predominantly spoken, where isiZulu is spoken, where Sesotho is spoken. So that's been called sort of watermark ethnic federalism. So the point there is, what do we unleash when we tinker with that? We don't really know. We don't know. People do feel some sort of identity associated with the province. So that's one aspect. The other aspect is politically, the political party that's been in the driving seat of this issue has been the ANC. ANC doesn't like provinces, was very ambivalent about it and accepted it begrudgingly, but has embraced it wholeheartedly internally because the ANC has organized itself as a federal institution, because it has provincial entities within the political party. And those have become very, very strong over the last 2 decades. Remember when we spoke about the Premier League, about the provincial structures within the ANC, which essentially has made it impossible for the ANC internally to come to any sort of conclusion on the role of provinces. Maybe in future that will change, because politics, as you know, is changing. It's no longer only one single party that's in the driving seat. But yeah, very fascinating question, and we can debate that for hours. A quick point on the politics to come to the point that you made about politics. I don't think the issue is that we don't want politics in local government. I think the issue is that we don't want the politics of the underbelly, and the politics of feeding, and the politics of who gets to be in control of the patronage. That's really at the heart of a lot of our coalition politics. If the politics would be about power, to use it to work with communities, yes, let's have that politics. But the politics that we see influencing coalition decisions and coalition collapses is not the kind of politics that I would want to see. Thanks, Sean.
Thanks, Yap. Lawrence?
Well, I think my response is I absolutely agree with both of the statements. Firstly, but would want to unpack what I agree with. On the elephant, I don't think we are saying that politics of the elephant is bad necessarily. An elephant has value in the ecosystem. And ordinarily that value is attached to positive things. But we also know that an elephant can be destructive. And on the conversation of collisions, that elephant has been destructive. So we're not wishing away the elephant. We are saying you have a value in the ecosystem. In fact, you drive the ecosystem, but play your positive role rather than the negative role. The second statement I agree with is that if you look at the nature of local government as crafted, both in the Constitution, but also in the white paper on local government, it is anchored on the fact that we have a past, a history. And that's why local government has a developmental agenda. And it at the core of that developmental nature is to address or redress the past and ensure that people equally receive the services that are required and are driven at the local government level. So we're not saying different things. The extent to which we're unpacking it is perhaps lacking. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So before I come back to you, I just want to give an opportunity to our online viewers. So I'm going to hand over the mic to the questions that were posed online. If you could just share those questions.
Thank you so much. I think there is a very hot debate happening in the comment section, but I'll just stick to the questions and not the comments. So the first question reads as follows. This question is to Salga and Professor Yap. Is that it's proven that municipalities cannot generate revenue on their own. We see that through unfunded mandates. What other measures can Treasury increase equitable share on or other funding models to municipalities? The question is by Sinetemba Matiwan in city of Ekurhuleni. Should I repeat that? Okay. And then the second question says, what is COGTA's view on DDM versus JDMA? And how are we going to deal with this going forward? This question is from Ralph Links. Thank you.
Okay, so Prof, I think question directed to you, and then the second question is directed to Ashley. If you're ready to go for it.
Sure. It's again quite a broad question, which obviously has an impact on the debate on coalitions, but it's not directly on topic. So I'm going to have to, in the interest of time, be quite short about it. Yes, the revenue model for local government needs to change. The assumptions that underlie the current model for financing local government are no longer correct. For example, the electricity industry has changed dramatically. When the white paper was put together in 1998, South Africa had the cheapest electricity and prices in the world, and look at where we are now. So municipalities cannot, and of course we've had the whole just transition process that's in motion. So that has changed the situation for local government dramatically, and many other factors, including persistent poverty and socioeconomic downturn. So the revenue model for local government needs to change, and I think work needs to be done in that respect. The equitable share calculation, I think, is also needs to be reviewed, in a sense that local government share of the vertical split needs to go up. At the moment, local government only gets, I think, close to 10%, even though the mountain of tasks and mandates and challenges for local government is definitely on the increase. But that really is an issue for a whole seminar on its own. So let me leave it at that.
Ashley?
Yes, thanks. We've had previous engagements with Western Cape on the joint district metro approach, and there's common agreement that there are a lot of similarities in terms of the objectives and the principles of the JDMA and with the district development model. So there's agreement in terms of that. So we have been supporting the JDMA processes in the province as well. So I think that is where we have consensus, so to speak, an agreement on the alignment between the DDM and the JDMA. Thanks.
Thanks, Ashley. Andre, before we move over to it's just one question I have for Prof. Jonathan Fisher. What struck me when Lance was speaking is that he said, going into the coalitions, there are different rules of the game now. It's quite different. There's no real previous principles that applied. Has been changing since the formation of the government of national unity. And what I was thinking is, as you were speaking about the theory research that you did, at the comparative analysis, you said formality is crucial. It's better to have formality rather than informality. And so if you can just ruminate about how you see the government of national unity, creating more formulation in terms of how they can implement policies once the policies are actually drafted, because in the keynote address, Jaap said right now, correct me if I'm wrong, there aren't much policy statements with regards to actually gaining this in practice. So Andre, your comment?
Yeah, colleagues, just I've got 4 points that I just want to do as a comeback. Lance, you spoke about forward planning, program director, and that hence is my point that I made. What is the DDM based on? Is it based on a political plan that was made in a room, or was it based on governments that work? If they went and studied governments that work, LGs that are consistently delivering services to their residents and that are complying with the constitution, they will see that there are municipalities that have got 10 to 30 to 50-year plans. So if you go and base it on what works, then you'll see it is already happening. My municipality, departments are up to 30 years ahead, others minimum 10 years ahead. It's already happening. I just want to say on the JDMA, my submission, program director, the JDMA is not similar to the DDM. JDMA is giving living to the IGR structures and rules and regulations that are already there. So I have a very good relationship with my district mayor. The last point that I wanted to make is elephant in a room. Elephant in a room, and we've not heard that word once here today, is corruption, self-enrichment, and patronage. And that is the root cause of what breaks service delivery. Thank you.
So on that point, before we go to you, Jonathan, I just want to make 2 comments. I think that that's a valid point of the corruption. I think we're trying to keep the focus on the specific session, and that is why we didn't diverge too much on other topics. That definitely impacts, and there's an intersectionality of how it all comes together. The other issue I was going to say is that I love the confrontation and the arguments going back and forth. I think this is what's going to revitalize the discussion going forward for the day. But Jonathan, if you're not ready yet, I had Prof. Chigata indicated as a question. If you don't mind, we can have him first. Cool. Okay.
Thank you very much to all the presenters this morning. I'm Tinashe Shigwata from the Dullah Omar Institute. I just have got a slightly different angle to the coalition topic. For me, I think just looking at the recent case in Tshwane where there is no executive, but service delivery must continue. And the law defines a municipality as the council, the administration, and the community. But the focus is always on the council and councillors, not so much on communities. And with that in mind, my question is, I know that the current legal reform is aimed at, try to control political behavior, looking at when motion of no confidence can be issued, what councillors, what council can do. But shouldn't the other part of the conversation be about when there is instability, in this case in Tshwane, how can we get service delivery to continue? In short, how can the administration continue to provide services to the communities? For argument's sake, it may take weeks, as Professor Yabdivisa said, it may take months for the executive to be established in Tshwane. What will happen to communities? Does the administration, does the city manager has the powers and the authority that is needed to ensure that service delivery continues? So for me, that's the more interesting conversation, other than the issue of what councillors, what the council can do. And because we can see that they are taking full advantage of this opportunity to make sure that they hold communities at ransom. Thank you.
Thanks, Tinashe. So Prof. Fisher, if you can then come in.
All right, thank you. So, I mean, the idea is that having a sort of an institutionalized intergovernmental relations or a very formalized one would provide for sort of regular interactions, but also would somehow represent sort of the equality of all these the actors within the intergovernmental space, so the national and international governments. But now we also have a situation where political parties that control sub-national government, for example, the Western Cape, also becoming part of the national government in the government of national unity. So that kind of complicates the relationship. So on the one hand, that might suggest that there is sort of congruence on which the sort of the executive can be and the cabinet can be used as a basis for this that kind of interaction. But we also see that they also act sometimes not as belonging to the same government. So that suggests that the still institutionalization might still be the desirable way of engaging in the intergovernmental relations. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan. Tinashe, I'm not quite sure your question was addressed to, or was it a comment that you were sharing? Would you like some feedback on it? Okay, Raymond's also having a comment. Excellent. Excellent. I'm just checking the timekeeping for this facilitated over the 15 minutes. Okay, that's me out. Thank you everybody for the engaging session, and we look forward to the next session. Thank you. Bye.
1, 2, okay. John, thank you so much, Dr. John Stone, for facilitating a very provocative discussion. We will quickly go to a short comfort break just since we're running behind time, let me just see. Okay, can we make it maximum of 10 minutes? We can just go out and throw out that door for 10 minutes and then we come back. And to those who are joining us online, please stay online. I'm just going to give you a sneak peek of the last 2 sessions we're going to have. First, after this, we'll have session 2, which is titled Electoral and Political Dynamics in Western Cape, which will lay the foundation for the final session, which I think would be quite interesting to many of us, which is titled Insights into Coalition Stability or Instability and Governance in Selected Western Cape Municipalities. And there we'll be having 3 representatives from 3 municipalities who will share with us their experiences in being part of coalition municipalities. And with that, can we just break for just a maximum of 10 minutes? We'll be back here at 11:25 to continue. All right, colleagues, we're going to start with the next session. The title of the next session, well, firstly, my name is Nkanyi Sosimilane. I'm a researcher at Accord in Durban, and I'll just be quickly facilitating this session. We are behind on time, so this session will serve the purposes of trying to catch us up on time. So without any further delay, title of this session, session 2, is Electoral and Political Dynamics in the Western Cape. So of course, this is basically a foundation for the next session, but this is basically to give us just an overall overview of what kind of political dynamics are we seeing in the Western Cape that could affect local government and coalitions. And our speaker is Prof. Susan Boysen. She is a political and elections analyst and is a consultant consultant and associate at the Mapungubwe Institute for Strategic Reflection, MISTRA. And so she's going to give us a presentation around the election trends in the Western Cape and their impact on coalition formation, coupled with projections for the future. And so just before she starts, she's going to present, and then we're going to take questions from the floor, and then take questions from online. So as she presents, please could you, those who are online, start sending any questions you may have so that we can address them quite quickly. And then we'll close this session and move on to the last one. All right, Prof. Boysen, over to you. You have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. So I can just confirm that it's all visible and audible on your side.
Yes. You are visible and you are audible. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sharon. And thank you, colleagues. Such a pleasure to be part of this event. Thank you very much. I think it's such a worthwhile exercise. And being a political scientist, who also happen to be specializing in coalitions, but from our political science side, it's such a pleasure actually to be asked to come and speak about the politics, about the elephant in the room and the election trends, and how the election trends intersect with coalition politics. And yes, indeed, this is an elephant with pleasant and unpleasant side, which we just cannot wish away. In my presentation here, let me just try to move it on. Oh my gosh. Why is it not want to move on? Okay, thank you very much. I've got action on my buttons here. Thank you very much. This is just my broad framework for presentation. In order to understand exactly how excuse the word exactly, understand generally, broadly, vaguely, how this intersection between politics, elections, and coalitions work, I decided to take a brick circle here and start from just some specifics about the Western Cape, acknowledging that my colleagues that follow in their presentations will look at much more detail and special case studies, and take it through the election results at provincial and national level and back to the events, developments in the Western Cape, because there's such a big bond, causal line between these different sets of events of coalitions and elections that we really need to look at the broader context, because there have been so many interactions, so many ways in which the national have been affecting the local. So yes, and these few slides that I offer here, nothing that you people do not know about. I fully acknowledge this. And I take these case studies from the Mistra Coalition's Barometer that we have compiled that covered the first 2 years of coalitions. We are currently busy with Barometer 2 for the next 2 years, follow 23 to 25 then. The stars, the blue stars indicate the 2021 coalitions, the brown stars, the 2016 coalitions, and by-elections. I just capture a few other cases of by-elections, like in Beaufort West, like in Prince Albert. These have made differences to this coalition statuses of these provinces. And so this is a broader setting, and in general, we've already seen, and Lance, thank you very much for your general statistical overview there. The majority of the councils in the Western Cape, to summarize that, are under coalition government. And so far, the coalition relations have been assumed to be stable. Oh, good. Western Cape has been seen as a province in which there have been many examples of stable coalitions, maybe a model of how it could be done. But we have also seen that that has been changing. It had been assumed that the DA Freedom Front, for example, are in stable coalition dispensations. However, councils like Oudtshoorn signal differently. We've seen that in recent months. The Freedom Front probably has been emboldened by elevation into the government of national unity. And from what I hear from some of the interviews that I have been doing, is that they've also been emboldened by the ANC, which, as much of my presentation here will show, the ANC, which is trying to minimize the impact of its national level association and linking with the DA. And it does that through a variety of mechanisms, including fostering good relations with unlikely new political parties. And there, in words that Lance Joel also used, go some indication of previous principled alignments or not. The Freedom Front is also recognized through its election result this year that it is in a new battle of survival against the DA. In the previous elections, the FF Plus had gained some ground, and it ceded that ground again back to the DA or other parties, largely the DA, in the last elections. And for its own survival, it has realized now that it also has to compete against the DA. And of course, there's the Patriotic Alliance, which has been making progress in several areas, which is also, through its performance in Oudtshoorn recently, enabled a new power dispensation there. So in the context of the national elections, the progress advances of these parties have led to different national and provincial election results. And in turn, those national and provincial election results have also been fueling new developments at the local party political front. In the second part of the slide, the by-elections have also introduced a new dynamic here. I have briefly referred to those. We've seen some mere support fluctuations without impacts on councils. We've seen new winners award with new ward wins, but without taking the overall council power in different directions. There have been new winners and ward changes that did alter balance between parties overall. And then also those new winners in some cases have enabled the rotation of the governing coalition. These kind of instabilities and changes are also going to be with us, and we have seen several of these changes happening in the Garden Route district, with additional ones pending, possibly Knysna, Beto, further instabilities possibly coming out there. So to move to the broader section, of influence of the provincial and national on the local. The Western Cape provincial results over 7 elections. This table that I put together simply summarizes the main trends here. And of course, we have seen a severe slippage in support of the ANC, much more than the ANC had expected. Before the election, the ANC had even hoped that it would be putting in an improved performance in comparison with 2019. That was definitely not the case. The DA has maintained its support quite consistently over the last 2 elections in particular, and that was despite several smaller parties, including the Patriotic Alliance, BOSA, Rise Mzansi, to lesser extent in the Western Cape, and to a small extent independents, which had not been successful. But these parties had been eating into DA support, and therefore the DA I think that can be seen as a relative achievement, that it managed to keep its support stable despite that. We've seen smaller parties come and go. For example, if we look at the last few lines there, besides the National Coloured Congress and the Patriotic Alliance that have shown the type of progress, the Freedom Front has gone down minimally, ACDP quite a bit down, Al-Jamaa, Good and Cope are the italic ones there, which I simply put on one line. So the bottom line here is the ANC has been lessening and therefore opening the space for much broader, more diverse party political participation here. We cannot consider the national results and the party results, also provincial level, without looking at turnout. The Western Cape has, like the bulk of the other provinces, has been sliding in its provincial turnout. And that means that there is a significant constituency of citizens and voters out there who will really have to be taken into account, and who can, through future re-entry into politics, really make a big difference. So it's important not to see the non-participants as not influential, not significant, as a constituency that should not also be taken into account. And we can therefore also, when I look at the ANC provincial results over 7 elections, that is important to check on that. And that is basically the last line, second last line row on this table, how the ANC's decline has happened over the range of elections. It does signify, I guess, that there is no immediate, no easy return for the ANC. It should also be taken into account that many of their ongoing supporters have not been voting. In other words, it is a type of unstable result of a special type that we can see on this election. This little map simply signifies the ANC's results across the provinces. Western Cape, seriously down, drastically down, on par roughly with KwaZulu-Natal. And that also signifies that the MK party, Mkhonto party, was not the only reason for serious ANC decline. The Western Cape, it was not a big factor, hardly a factor at all.
Sorry, Prof. Poison. Sorry to disturb you there. You have just 5 minutes left.
Thank you very much. So yes, that is a broader context there. And we all know so much about the national election result, extraordinary ANC decline, opposition remaining weak, and at the provincial results that build the national results. We've seen the reasons for those trends here. The national coalition trends are evident on this slide here, where, of course, it's a government of national unity type of alliance here, Progressive Caucus on the other side, and the non-aligned ones. This is important to take this into consideration because this plays out at national level too. And we know that at provincial and local level too, because the national level alignments are not dictating the provincial and the local. We have seen there's basically a free-for-all of coalition formation. And this slide that shows the proportionality or absence of proportionality in the composition of the national GNU executive, where the ANC takes 57 out of 77 total executive positions, despite having 40% of the vote. And this disproportionality also came through. We saw it in the Gauteng provincial executive, and it's also coming through, and we can expect it to come through increasingly on the local level as well. This is just a brief slide to summarize the provincial executive formations. We have seen that unfolding across the provinces, and know that the national, even with regard to the provincial, is not dictating the coalition trends. Interesting, just on the Northern Cape, we've also seen that there's a close association there between the ANC and the Freedom Front Plus in the Northern Cape. And well, there we also see a model for what we have seen taking place in Oudtshoorn. And this slide, I fully acknowledge the next few presentations are going to dwell more on specific municipalities. It just gives a quick indication from late last year, much of the turmoil that is being manifested via by-elections. And let's take that into consideration with various new alignments coming out on that basis. So I'm going into summary for the last two slides here. So we see new Western Cape instability arising in the last few months. The ethos of coalition crossing and trading that has been evident in other provinces has certainly reached the Western Cape as well. Part of it is spillover from the GNU, and all actions are framed, and this resonates in so many of the other statements we've already heard this morning. But it is severe opportunism that we see emerging here. And any new coalition that has been formed is basically being framed as national cohesion or constructive governance. The glue narratives just appropriate the national narratives of cohesion, consensus, all these very good attributes. Whatever is happening will be justified in that sense. And that is important to take note of that as we go forward, because it will be part of the rationalization for very unlikely and very unstable coalition politics. Coalition agreements, beyond the rhetoric, are anchored community to community, municipality to municipality, in personal relationships and community-specific negotiations. We saw that in Tshwane yesterday too. To some extent, was endorsed by national and provincial, and whatever the steps are that are being taken, they will be justified in those narratives. The Freedom Front is establishing what I interpret here as a liberation from domination by the DA. And it is, according to these interviews that I've done and that I refer to, being encouraged by the ANC too. Through this, and I'll refer to this in the next slide as well, the ANC is really battling with justifying its coalition national level with the DA, to its internal constituencies. And that is why nationally it had opened the door to call it a GNU and invite 8 micro and small parties besides number 9 and 10, the ANC and DA, into the coalition. And by this broad unity, semi-unity, partial unity construct, it tries to show to its own constituencies, to the electorate, that it is not just married to the DA and that it is a broad coalition. And yes, ANC and local coalitions therefore enacts the GNU subtext of marginalization of the DA, minimizing the role of the DA and help justify its national coalition. So looking ahead, some early national trends. I just looked at all of the details that I presented here, details also evident in the other presentations this morning, and I see a few big trends that will continue, probably destabilizing. I see much more destabilization than stabilization coming out of this set of South African politics. Stable, predictable coalition governments of compliant partners at local level are fading. National coalition rearrangement is stirring up local coalitions. The Gauteng provincial trend, the ANC taking back power from the DA, could be resonating in several municipalities. Oudtshoorn may definitely be one illustration. Local municipalities in the Western Cape. ANC is working to limit the image of pairing off with the DA. Internal constituencies are to be appeased. The ANC is courting Action SA. We saw that in Tshwane yesterday as insurance against, for example, national majority without the DA. When we add up the numbers in that coalition, national coalition slide that I showed earlier, we can see that the ANC is just marginally short. Should it keep all the micro parties in its GNU coalition formation in line, it's just absolutely marginally short of having a majority, coalition majority in National Assembly without the DA. And if it indeed is striking a good relationship with Action SA, and therefore watch out, Action SA will probably have the new mayor in Tshwane, and that could endear Action SA to the ANC too at national level and or vice versa. And if the ANC then gets in National Assembly, Action SA, cooperation on top of the other 8 small parties in the coalition, it can even have a coalition without the DA. I think it will keep that national coalition, but it will get a lot of credence with its own internal constituencies if it can say we do not depend on the DA. And lastly, withdrawals from the coalition are likely in the run up to future elections. That is a trend we see globally. In those months, intense campaign periods before next sets of elections, it is especially smaller parties that withdraw from coalitions so that they can establish more of their own identities and therefore be able to run more on own steam and justify voters voting from them and not voting for a new coalition party come the time of the actual next vote. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, colleagues. I shall stop sharing.
All right. Thank you so much, Prof. Boysen, for that that very insightful presentation. You answered most of the questions I was going to ask you, if all of them. So that I think that was a very insightful presentation on just the Western Cape's political dynamics, of course, they do have a direct or a very strong link with how coalitions happen and how long they last. I'm just going to quickly take one round of questions in-house and then one round of questions virtually. I'll keep it to a minimum or a maximum of 3 here, and then maybe 3 virtually as well. So if you have a question, please just raise your hand and a mic will be given to you here in the house. And in the meantime, those who are online, please move swiftly to send your questions through in the chat box, and then my colleague who's online will read them out. Thank you. Yes, sir, please.
Hi, my name is George.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to acknowledge the people who are speaking. It's yourself and anyone else? The Mayor, Prof. Bucas. Okay, I won't open. Okay, that's it. All right.
Hi, my name is George Ibado. I'm an attorney with our own firm. This question I have was actually for the previous session, and I wanted to ask the gentleman, Mr. Joe, because he's the one who touched on the condom part.
Sorry, sir. I'm so sorry. But in the interest of time,
yes,
we're going to have to focus on.
I will pose a question for when we have the third session, because I see I can just incorporate it there, so it's fine.
All right. Apologies for that. Yeah. Advocate Bucas.
Hi, thank you. Thanks to Prof. Boyson for the lovely presentation. So my question relates to, I see your data indicates that there has been a significant decline in the confidence of the ANC and therefore their dominance across the 3 years of government has declined as well. And this contributed to the number of hung municipalities that we see after the 2021 local government elections. So my question is, and I want to link it to the electoral threshold that is now on the maps on the table. So do you think that the decline in dominance of the ANC has arguably contributed to the proliferation of parties that we see in these councils? And is this possibly a problem that can correct itself over time in that, well, now we have all these new parties in council, when they work on how they serve the people in the municipalities, can they increase their confidence among the voters over time so as to see that this issue of this deep or high fragmentation corrects itself over time, as happened in the city of Cape Town in 2006, for example, where the DA eventually they came in through coalition governance, and then eventually they were able to secure an outright majority. Hence the challenge of fragmentation in that council also resolved itself over time.
Okay.
So yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I think it was the mayor.
Thank you, Professor, for a brilliant presentation. I just wanted your opinion on the results of the Beaufort West elections broken down into wards, which showed a massive shift over most of the wards. In your opinion on that, and also the effects that new parties have that are making promises, but they quickly fall into decline when they fail to deliver. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'll allow you, Prof. Boyson, to respond to those 2 questions while we see if there are any questions online. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you very much, colleagues, for your questions. And yes, there's a convergence between these questions. The very important issue of small parties and proliferation of small parties, and the space that the decline of the ANC had loosening up of those votes potentially, to the extent that those people still vote when they leave the ANC or stop actively through voting supporting the ANC, yes, there is so much encouragement in our coalition politics. It has for the proliferation of the small parties and contestation by these parties. That was evident before the national and provincial elections recently, and in the local sphere, and now it's become further encouraged. There are so many small political parties that contest, knowing that they absolutely haven't got any chance of a snowball in a very hot place to ever win support. But they take these shortcuts, these small parties, and the situation has created that opportunity that they, even if they can just gain minimal representation, they can be the kingmakers and they can really have it better than any or most of the big parties have it, because in this current system, there's so much encouragement for further proliferation, and we know it is probably not going to stop unless there is, yes, Advocate Beerkus, a thresholds, and yeah, Professor Visser also spoke about it this morning, but there is so much resistance now against thresholds. Maybe a minimal one is the best that one can hope to get introduced, and that will also limit the impact of just growth of number of participating small parties. But so far parties, if we take the number of parties that forfeit their deposits, out of 52 contesting at national level, 18 maintain their deposits. So that has not been a big turn-off factor for the small parties. So absolute micro parties, opportunists, could be discouraged from going in. But unless we see new political parties, imaginative political parties with traction, and probably beyond what we see in the ambit of the MK party, unless we see bigger parties that grab the imagination and popular enthusiasm, if they do not come about, we're going to see continuation, I believe, of this trend of micro-parties, king-making, and in all councils where there is this instability of king-making, those ones are the ones where we are going to continue asking questions about the impact of this kind of instability on governance. And yes, that's a different relation there. On the question of Beaufort West, it's a fascinating case. There's the 3 by-elections there where the DA made huge advances, won, I believe, 2 seats from the Patriotic Alliance, despite all the previous big publicity around issues of Patriotic Alliance and its great performance there, and 1 from the ANC. And so this could very well be, we know that was before the election, and we do not yet know how the national and provincial elections are again affecting perceptions of the party coming out of that set of by-elections there. So it's fascinating, and it showed that the support for the Patriotic Alliance is not just moving in the direction of growing. We know that the Patriotic Alliance in the national and provincial elections also already cooperated with a set of small other parties, largely of similar cultural identity backgrounds to the Patriotic Alliance. And there can be some consolidation of that vote happening there. So yes, I see continuation of the trend of proliferation of small party contestation. To summarize my bottom line. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Prof. Boysen, and thank you to all the people who had given us questions. I see from my colleague that seems like there's no question particularly regarding this session online. So I will close the session. I was tempted to open it up for one more, but I think I'll just close it there. So thank you so much, Prof. Boysen, for that presentation. That concludes our session on the electoral and political dynamics in the Western Cape. We will now move swiftly into the last session, which will be chaired by Advocate Jenica Bucas, who's a legal practitioner and doctoral researcher at the Dullah Omar Institute at the University of the Western Cape. Please give her a round of applause as she comes up. I think this session will move with a little bit less pace because we still managed to catch up some time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jenica Bucas. I am a doctoral researcher from the University of Western Cape at the Dullah Omar Institute. So we will be looking at the insights into coalition governance in Western Cape municipalities. Strangely or interestingly, it was very difficult to secure speakers from unstable municipalities. So this is also essentially an opportunity for our practitioners to come and account. And we are fortunate to have practitioners, the executive mayor from Saldanha Bay Municipality, who emphasized earlier that we must not so much stop focusing too much on the problems, but also look at what are they doing right. So today we will take a look into that because therein also lies essential lessons for us. We can see from the Western Cape municipalities, the lessons that we can probably draw from these municipalities is that by operating strong internal control environments from effective planning and making sure that you have the appropriate skills in your municipalities and ensuring that you have the appropriate balance of knowledge, skills, and expertise on your councils and on your committees. This can, in fact, bring out good governance practices and lessons. And so allow me to introduce the executive mayor of Saldanha Bay Municipality. He's originally from Paarl and he began his career in public service with the South African Police Service, where he served until 1994. Currently, he serves on the Provincial Executive Committee of Salga Western Cape and chairs a provincial working group on the disaster management and emergency services. In 2023, he was elected the chairperson of the National Executive Committee of Institute for Municipal Public Safety of South Africa. As the executive mayor of Saldanha Bay local municipality, he plays a central role in improving the lives of residents of Saldanha Bay municipality. And in his spare time, he makes sure to, in his spare time, he makes sure to give a helping hand at his primary school where he coaches rugby to young learners. So under his leadership, Saldanha Bay Municipality sustained 3 consecutive clean audits, and they have managed to maintain 5 clean audits for the last 5 years. So without any further ado, it's an honor to introduce our executive speaker, Mr. Andre Tritter. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Let me just say this. I am not an individual. I'm part of a collective. So as being part of a collective, I always have to give credit to what I inherited, which was a culture of good corporate governance. And I may be the mayor, but I'm part of a very big team that includes politicians from my own party and from the opposition and from coalition partners, and of course, very importantly, from administration. So the next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to go through our who are we, where are we from, the overview of the municipality, coalition agreement, mayoral committee and coalition partners, challenge of coalition management, role of administration in the coalition success, end result is good governance. Next slide. Okay, so the area that is light green there is where we are situated. We're about 130 kilometers north of Cape Town. As you can see, we've got 238 kilometers of coastline. And if you think Cape Town is beautiful, come and see the Weskus. You'll be pleasantly surprised. We still got a few plots for you open, don't worry. So, and we've got the Weskus National Park. We also got the Langebaan Lagoon, which is a Ramsar World Heritage site. Next slide, please. Okay, just how we look, the population has changed from 125,000 to nearly 160,000. Interesting fact that Saldanha Bay has 2 towns in the top 10 fastest growing towns in South Africa, being St. Helena Bay 4th, and then we have Langebaan 7th. Can see our accounts, very, very important. We spoke about it earlier. The focus, colleagues, should be on service delivery. And there's our constitutional mandates: water 98%, refuse removal 97%, electricity 95%, sanitation 98.5%, housing 99.9%. So there's our main industries, and I think this is what we should focus on in all our debates. Next slide, please. Okay, there's our overview of council. We've got 27 councillors, 14 ward councillors, 13 proportional councillors. The breakdown, as you see it, is the 2 biggest is the DA and the ANC. Next slide, please. Okay, that's the outlay of our mayoral committee. You can see that it is made up of our one coalition partner from the Freedom Front Plus. He's on finance. And then the rest laid out. We've got 5 departments. We've recently, as a vision looking at energy, we've also formed a 6th department, which is energy and electrotechnical services. We recently went out, being the first municipality in South Africa that's put out a tender for total independence from Eskom. It went out last week. So we're very proud of that. I think it's a huge step forward. Joel, we're talking about forward planning. That's forward planning. That is looking into the future and how the future is changing and how local government should change with it. With that in mind is not only the possibility of not being dependent on your energy from one company, but it's also opens up possibility for alternative sources of income, which we are seeing as the biggest challenge that municipalities have today. Next slide, please. Okay, it started in the beginning, 17 November 2021, when our council was inaugurated, and it was part of a national initiative between the DA and the Freedom Front Plus. And it is very important for me that we are part of a national agreement, because it takes the power, it takes the temptation out of individuals' hands. So it's handled at a national level, it's not handled at a local level. We are basically part of a national agreement. So therefore, you do not fight for yourself. Forgive me, English, my second language. I also kuluma Sizulu Gangani, but I won't go there. I'll stick to English. So if I use the wrong word, don't shoot me. But you are sticking to a national agreement. It's not about you. It's about the national picture of what we want to achieve, and it's good corporate governance. That establishes the work protocol. So immediately you remove the emotions out of it, and you have to be in obeyance with your national agreement. Next slide, please. I'm going to look at it. The processes and protocols, the commitments, well-defined objective of a community-first approach. We've always prided ourselves to be a citizen-centric municipality, and we believe that in a coalition or any negotiation, you can easily make, you can give up style, but never give up on principle. You should stick to your principal core values. Joint caucus protocol and activities. So we meet as a JC, we call it a JC, so that we can discuss things together. Establishment of a coalition oversight group. So we've got an oversight group above us who checks on what we do, and that we can also escalate a dispute, or if we don't agree, we don't resolve that. We try and mitigate it, and then it gets escalated up and it gets handled on another level. Once again, that you can remove emotions and that you can remove personalities. Composition of the governments, conflict resolution and mechanism, exit and termination. Next slide, please. Okay, one back. Okay, there you go. I didn't put the whole agreement here, but I put the core principles of what drives our coalition agreement between the Democratic Alliance and the Freedom Front Plus. Accountability, transparency, and good governance. That is absolutely not negotiable. Information accessibility. We don't hide things from each other. We talked about it. We talk to each other, even though it may sometimes be uncomfortable. Everybody may not be happy, but at least we can put it on the table and we can talk about it. I always say, rather say it. You can apologize later for the way that you say it, than not say it at all. Accessible and responsive. You must be to both. Remember, this cuts two ways. This cuts in your own caucus and in your coalition caucus. You should be accessible and you should be responsive. And that, as in our case, the executive mayor is the JC chair. So from an executive mayor point of view, it takes a lot of your time and a lot of your energy to manage those emotions and feelings and possible problems. Eliminate corruption, once again, not negotiable. And I must say, those are points that we haven't battled with. Inclusive economy and society, not negotiable. Expand opportunities for all, non-racial. So if you look at that line and you look at it, it is a real middle-of-the-road liberal approach, which we are following in our agreement. Next one. Okay, Saldanha Bay Mayoral Committee composition consists of 6 members, includes our coalition partner, even though we got 46%, over 46% of the vote. We gave him, or we gave our coalition partner full seat at the table in order to establish trust and to show appreciation for helping us reaching our goals. My coalition partner is the MMC responsible for finance portfolio. A lot of people may ask why? Why did you give finance? People normally sit up. I'll explain that later. Indicates the value of the partner's input, so it immediately shows trust. I'm giving you finance. And also we were very comfortable that it is an individual that's not there for patronage. It's not a self-enrichment, but somebody that has similar core principles. It also has another reason. You know that the budget lies with the mayor, and the mayor works a lot with finance. So it kind of facilitates that you work a lot with your coalition partner. So that's your collaboration. Finance portfolio works closely with the mayor. And that allows for continuous engagement with the coalition partner. Next slide, please. Challenges. All people are the same. And I'm not talking about my coalition partner. I'm talking about everybody that's involved in a coalition will always push the boundaries. Why? We are people. And people just do that. Ask your children. They will test you a couple of times a day or an hour, depending on if it's your children or mine. Rules of engagement are maneuvered. Importance of coalition management. affects effective, efficient economic management of services, provide a fertile ground for administration to prosper. This is a very, very important thing. Bad service delivery is 9 times out of 10 because there's the administration is falling around. They sometimes are just treading water because they're not sure what's going to happen next. Ensure stable local government, enable delivery of services promised through the IDP and budget processes. Next slide, please. I'm nearly done. Role of administration in the coalition success. Nobody has spoken about this. What is the role of the administration? The administration is to make sure that they keep on bringing in accolades and they keep on performing at a top level, because that means that we share that success of the municipality. It reinforces the relationship between the coalition partners. Community commends the relationship and both parties receive recognition. Minimize items to council. We already have well-established policies, and so therefore we don't have to go and deliberate on every single item in council. Focus on oversight instead of on each other. So I try to bring that point here. Too much in coalition, we are focusing on each other instead of on the problem, which is service delivery. Reduce interference in administration. Next slide, I'll show you how we do that. Approve policy for interaction between councillors and administration. So the councillors follow internal process, which is driven through the office of the speaker, where they go through the speaker and then it goes to administration, and all requests from the MMC comes through my mayoral committee, and that goes through my interaction with the MMC. The result is that councillors' requests are prioritized, so your administration cannot start making deals. They have to go through the chain. It's all documented. Minimize chances of interference in your government, which is very, very important, that your administration is never interfered with. Next slide. There you go. So that is what can happen when you have got a stable government with a culture of good corporate governance. Operating revenue in the municipality is expected to increase. There you can see clean audit, safety and health, 5-star, best large municipality from Good Governance Africa. Next slide. There's top financial viable municipality in South Africa, ranked second in 2021, first in 2022, second in 2023, green drop status, blue drop status. Stable governments attribute to which our recipe was a stable government that was established through effective coalition agreement that was set right in the day one, with all the parameters for dispute resolution. What can you do? What you're not allowed to do? It talks through social media. It talks of how you speak about your partner in the public. So it really goes in depth, and I didn't want to open that up here because it takes too long. But the document is available. The DA's made it public on a few levels. I'm not going to speak to this last one, but it's waste management. So I can just go on and on to say that when you do things right and when you focus on service delivery, when you focus, next slide will say it, serve not yourself, but the people of Saldanha Bay. And I think once coalition moves into that period or outright government, then we will solve the problems in South Africa. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I think what the Mayor emphasized and what is essential for stable coalition governance is that we have seen oftentimes coalitions tend to terminate because of the ego of one of the political office bearers. But here you see a leader that came and said, no, but it's not about me. I am in a coalition government. In fact, there is an administration. I have an entire team. So it's about sharing credit where necessary, because as much as we want to bring law reform to bring stability to coalitions. Sometimes it's about making these small changes, ensuring that there is effective communications, there is clear roles and responsibilities amongst your partners, and that you have that egos is put aside, but that you actually have a team working spirit that you enforce in your management style. So thank you. The next speaker we have is Mr. Raymond Esau. He's a Director of Strategic Support Services at the Breda Valley local municipality. He's a distinguished municipal executive, governance and supply chain management expert with over 20 years of experience. He holds an LLB and BProc from UWC. He has an LLM in public procurement law at Stellenbosch University. He's also an admitted attorney. And Mr. Esau's expertise spans executive roles, municipal governance, finance management, corporate and legal services. And he has been seconded to municipalities under Section 139 interventions, where he demonstrated leadership as an acting municipal manager, implementation manager, and acting chief financial officer. So without any further ado, allow me to introduce the Director of Strategic Services, Mr. Esau.
Hi, morning. It's still afternoon, colleagues. I thought I could still make it to the morning. So my story is very simply this. We heard about a stable coalition government. We heard about the academic think patterns. I'm going to speak about simply this. One, only unstable coalitions, and the good and the bad of unstable political coalitions. That's the discussion. Secondly, what I'm going to address is not things that I've read, but it's things that I've experienced. So just to give context, I've been involved, appointed at a lot of municipalities in the Western Cape. I had senior management positions in Langeberg, Witzenberg, Breda Valley, Stellenbosch, where Len was, where I'm currently at Breda Valley. I've also been seconded under the Section 139 and other interventions to municipalities like Oudtshoorn, Knysna. I was the municipal manager last year there. I've also been seconded to Kannaland in the days of Donson and so forth. So when I speak, I come with a practical experience of what I've experienced there and not theoretical stuff. I also regularly used by municipalities as a presiding officer when they charge senior managers. So I have a good idea of what's happening with municipalities in the Western Cape, especially when things go wrong. And there's where I've been called upon. So just note that sense from where I speak. I didn't say that to think that I have a lot of history and baggage behind me, but just to get a practical sense of how I speak and what I'm going to address. So just in the Constitutional Court, Langa said, the work of a local government official can never be easy. It's tiring, difficult work with the scarce resources. Add on top of that, an unstable political environment, a recipe for chaos. So how do you still perform in that environment? There's good examples I'm going to cite you as a case study that you as academics can go and look at. So I'm going to talk a little bit. I'm not going to talk about all of them. I'm just going to reflect on Kannaland and maybe Oudtshoorn, then Witzenberg example as a good example of what can work. So in Kannaland, the coalition setup there, it's very different from what you will find, for example, where I was in Stellenbosch and other places, even George. Kannaland's coalition with the Karoo type parties there, locally based parties, Ikosa, and those parties, the interests there are locally based. You have to understand the town is different. When you land there, the environment is different. The only place where people can find employment, except the cars fabric, is at government, the hospital and the municipality, the key employers. So when you stand to be elected as a mayor or a councillor in that town, you become automatically the gateway to employment and bread on the table for the next person. It's not about the constitutional prerogatives that Lance spoke about. Those things are irrelevant. It's about survival for the people on the ground and providing bread on the table for those guys. And that is what it's about. So even though, and those political parties are very radical, even the opposition, and they make it clear, things like supply chain is non-existent. They don't care about those things. Things about HR employment. So they will employ, for example, in one municipality, the mayor's wife is employed at the library as a clerk, irrespective of whether she has qualifications or not. In Kannaland, Donson's son-in-law was appointed as a director, whereas 3 years before, he was a general worker at the cemetery. Those are the things that happen, notwithstanding the laws that existed. I was just in court the last 2 days trying to prosecute a senior manager way back from those days. Right. So the issues are, those councils, their mandates are different. The point I'm trying to sketch here is, Prof, the philosophy that you had that a one side or one document will solve the dynamics, the dynamics are very different. In places like these, in Kannaland, Oudtshoorn where I was a different dynamic as well. And then you get other towns. So there must be permutations of taking into account these differences that exist in those various areas. The important things are appointments at senior levels. People were appointed as senior management. Yes, there are regulations, but for example, the municipal manager that was appointed and the CFO that I was in court for the other day with the fraud charges, these guys all had master's degrees. Even Peterson, that was appointed in Oudtshoorn, who then was the first municipal manager that was sentenced, where I also testified to prison, he also had a master's degree. They were completely qualified, fully experienced, but yet there were issues in terms of their role were more political. They had, although they did not belong and carry the card of the political party that governed, they had political influence. They were making political decisions as officials, and they were key in that whole spectrum of political decision. So they had this unofficial political status. So if there was a problem in the branch, you come speak to the MM. So Bayers, just for an example, there was the one that was sentenced. Bayers was appointed. Sorry, Peterson. In Peterson case, he was appointed the municipal manager. This is a reported case, by the way, so I'm not mentioning the names. So he was appointed, and the court said, notwithstanding the fact that he was appointed at 3 local municipalities by these councils, notwithstanding the fact that he already was appearing in court for various offenses. And that's what the AG said. There's so many of the wrong hands at the till through these councils pointing people at the till because they need some of the money from the same till. In Witzenberg, as a good case. So those were the bad scenarios. Witzenberg as a case in point. So Nico was there. Witzenberg, let's just give a little bit of backstory. Witzenberg municipality, and Lance will know it, is part of the old school. So under the previous president, Thabo Mbeki, he had this project called Project Consolidate, where municipalities that were poor performing were in this basket of Project Consolidate that were helped to gain maturity and to gain financial independence and all of those things. Witzenberg was one of those. From that day, I was in Witzenberg in 2008. From those times, there are 2 municipal managers in the Western Cape that have been serving at the same municipality for over 17 years. Only 2. Most of them moved from one municipality to the other. The one is Jockey Schools in Swartland. Swartland had the same council for many years. What made David Nassan different, the municipal manager of Witzenberg, he had also appointed in 2007 as a municipal manager in Witzenberg, and he still is a municipal manager until today. He's director corporate, he's director engineering, all of them are still there. The CFO, they're still there, the same team for many years. Witzenberg, just last year, had 4 changes in the council of the mayor and the speaker. This year again, there was a change in council. The previous year, they had so many changes. When I was there, we had 5 changes at the executive in the same year. But yet, Witzenberg has achieved consistent clean audits. You will see that of the municipalities in the Western Cape, so notwithstanding that, the longest running municipality with consecutive clean audits, there are 2. It's Overstrand and Witzenberg in the whole country with 11 consecutive clean audits. What makes Witzenberg unique is the fact that they had such political instability, yet they achieved this clean administration. And not only that, the water quality through the Blue Dot status and all of the things. There are some things happening in Witzenberg that we need to look at. And why did they achieve that? Why were they able to be stable? Firstly, you need ethical leadership in the administration. Secondly, and most important, besides competence, and most important, your administrative appointed persons, like myself. Sorry, I'm over the 10 minutes. I timed myself. I'm going to stop now. So the administrative appointment persons like me as a senior manager should be politically neutral. We should never play a political role. Never ever get involved in politics. Stay clear of it. Because I have seen when councils change, they come for the manager first that play the political role. So you stay clear of politics, leave politics to the politicians. Then you need the core team to be maintained. So now with a permanent appointment for senior managers, it's easier to have some core team so that they themselves can improve their skills and so forth. And then lastly, what suggestions are there for improving this from an administrator point of view? Not looking at the council. So the suggestions here is you have an unstable coalition, but yet you accept that the coalition is unstable. You don't want to change it to a stable coalition. That can happen later. But the coalition is unstable, even not functioning at the political level, but you still want the administration to function. So these suggestions are addressing that problem statement, nothing else. So firstly, with regard to the senior management, the suggestion is have a law or something that force your senior managers like myself to be registered to a body that can have authority to debar you, so that you don't rely on the municipal councils alone. So we don't have another Peterson. So that this body, you must belong to the body, you must be in good standing so that you can get appointed at the municipal council. So they can't interview you, even though you make the minimum requirements and you have the competency. But for example, if this body have disciplined you separate to the council, so even if council doesn't charge you, so let's take Mr. Peterson. I think Mr. Peterson has fraud with regard to supply chain. Then this independent body will have a hearing for him and they disbar him. If they disbar him, he will never be able to serve as a municipal manager. And then disbarment as it currently with a 10-year gap is not working. So that needs to be improved for theft. One thing that I have seen is that their senior managers so highly qualified with master's degrees, where your mayor really has matric. They draft, even subject to the prescribed contract, they draft their own employment contracts, very favorable to them. Even paying for senior councils if council fire them. And there must be a review of this employment contracts for senior managers away from the council. Then there has been amendment to Section 29 of the Structures Act that empower a municipal manager to call a council meeting when council is in limbo. However, to further enhance that provision, Not only when council is in limbo, the council still need to function. So you can have, firstly, appropriate a law that says if the council is in limbo, like what we had in Oudtshoorn, we had in Witzenberg, then the MM is empowered in terms of law to take the following decisions without council being there and giving some more power, but immediately also then say, Section 33 of the Systems Act says the MM must report in terms of decisions taken. And especially with decisions taken, when there's no council, there must be a thorough report done on all those decisions that can be reviewed at some other independent level, either by the MEC or the next council or the review of those decisions. And then also the conflict of interest shouldn't be there. So then there must be a mechanism when there's an ethical MM to have a conflict management model between him and council. That when I'm not talking about the senior manager disciplinary regulations, I'm talking about this MM wants to act ethically, but he is under pressure by this council to do certain things. Then, if that conflict exists, then there must be a mechanism for him to go and say, guys, get the person to mediate this conflict between us. If it can be mediated, then it's fine. If it can't, then I can walk away. At least we've tried something constructive. And in a nutshell, those are the suggestions. Thank you very much. Apologies for going over that.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Sau, for the lovely presentation. I think based on your analysis of a Kannaland municipality, it is also evident that a key point would be to insulate the municipal administration from political interference and to ensure that those senior managers are not politically affiliated. I think Prof. de Visser can tell us all about that regulation, as well as the recent case involving the Tabazimbi local municipality. Okay, so our next speaker is Ms. Rachel Williams. She is the manager of library service at the George local municipality. She was designated by her immediate head, the Deputy Director of Administration in Corporate Services from George local municipality. Ms. Rachel has over 32 years experience in governance, having served in various positions across all three spheres of government. And so she is a seasoned public servant, and her insights into the complexities of municipal governance is invaluable to this debate. She will be touching on the navigating the red tape in municipalities, looking at the best practices. With that said, I also want to highlight we have our PhD candidate who can also provide his inputs insofar it relates to overregulation and that, Mr. Kirtley Stevens. Without further ado, allow me to give a round of applause to Ms. Rachel Williams. Thank you.
Red tape refers to the complex rules, regulations, and procedures that create a compliance burden without delivering effective outcomes. This phenomenon is particularly pronounced in the public sector, where formalization and bureaucratic structures tend to be more rigid. Addressing red tape therefore requires an understanding of individual perceptions and balancing the need for regulations with simplification efforts. While complete elimination of red tape is unlikely, targeted efforts to reduce it can be beneficial. With this in mind, we herewith would like to indicate how George Municipality, as a municipality within the Western Cape, navigates red tape with the aim of mitigating its effects. We are going to pay attention to 8 different points. Point number 1, streamlined communication channels, centralized contact points. We established a single point of contact for different types of queries or applications. This reduces confusion and ensures that residents and businesses get consistent and accurate information. For example, we make use of the My Smart City app, where faults can be logged and the subscriber will then receive a reference number for the fault which they've placed on the app. Requests, faults, and queries can also be emailed to, as indicated there, gm@george.gov.za, which is then automatically captured in Collaborator, and the person will receive an email with a reference number. There's also the website. All our application forms are available under one folder, and we make use of buttons which have specifically been designed and placed on the front page of the website for easy access to various actions. Regular updates. We provide regular updates through newsletters, social media, and the municipal website to keep stakeholders informed about changes in regulations or processes. Point number 2, efficient application processes. Online platforms. We've developed user-friendly online platforms where applications can be submitted, traced, and also communication with the municipality can be maintained. This can significantly reduce processing times as well as paperwork. Clear guidelines. We offer step-by-step guidelines for completing applications and obtaining permits. This helps applicants understand requirements and it reduces the likelihood of errors. Customer service training, staff training. We invest in regular training for municipal staff to enhance their customer service skills. Knowledgeable and friendly staff can make a big difference in how residents experience municipal services. Feedback mechanisms. We've implemented systems for collecting and acting on feedback from residents to continuously improve service delivery. Number 4, simplified regulations. Regulatory review. We periodically review and simplify regulations to eliminate unnecessary complexity and also to make compliance easier. We engage with local businesses and residents to identify areas where processes can be streamlined. Clear documentation. We ensure that all regulatory documents are easy to understand and accessible. We use plain language and avoid jargon wherever possible. Point number 5, public participation, engagement forums. We organize regular forums or workshops where residents and businesses can discuss concerns and provide input on municipal processes. This helps build trust and ensures that policies are responsive to community needs. Transparency. We maintain transparency in decision-making processes by publishing minutes from meetings and updates on policy changes. Point number 6, leveraging technology, data management. We use technology to manage data more effectively and streamline internal processes. This includes integrating systems to reduce duplication of effort and enhance efficiency. E-government initiatives. We invest in e-government initiatives to provide services online and reduce the need for in-person visits, which can be time-consuming for both staff and residents. Point number 7, collaboration with other entities, partnerships. We collaborate with other local municipalities, government agencies, and the private sector partners to share best practices and resources. This can lead to more innovative solutions and improve service delivery. Resource sharing. We explore opportunities for sharing resources and expertise to enhance efficiency and effectiveness in handling red tape. Point number 8, which is our last one, continuous improvement, regular reviews. We conduct regular reviews of municipal processes and procedures to identify bottlenecks and areas for improvement. Adaptation. We are willing to adapt and innovate in response to changing needs and feedback from the community. So by adopting these practices, municipalities can reduce bureaucratic hurdles, improve service delivery, and create a more efficient and responsive local government. In conclusion, addressing red tape requires a nuanced understanding of organizational dynamics and a commitment to create structures that facilitate rather than hinder effective operation. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rachel. I think many, or if not most, of the points that Ms. Rachel highlighted can be applied to the political arm of government. There must be capacity building to continuously improve the quality of our political leadership. And I question whether there is some sort of performance management planning system, similar system in place to monitor and to ensure that even in the political arm of government, there is that continuous improvement to ensure that we focus on enhancing the quality of our political office bearers. And then now the final individual that will come forth is he will serve as a respondent to respond on the inputs that were made during the session. Mr. Joel Breckman, he is a senior researcher from My Vote Counts. And if you've been monitoring the My Vote Counts, you would see that they have been at the forefront of making submissions on the coalition bill. And they also have a case pending now, which relates to the political party funding regulations. So they have been quite busy in monitoring the behaviors of our political parties. So Mr. Joel Breckman, please come forward.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you, Program Director. Nice to see everyone today. Thank you for the introduction. I won't be long, I don't think. And excuse my t-shirt, I think I get to wear it though, because I'm part of civil society, and it's the 50 years of democracy next week, our conference in Joburg. Yeah, I mean, in addition to, so I'll just start off it's obviously clear that the 3 municipalities represented here today are well run. In addition to Good Governance Africa finding Saldanha Bay #1 of the 26 large town local municipalities, Breda Valley was #2, and George was #5 of the 19 secondary city local municipalities. So I agree, it would have been great to have maybe some of the lesser performing municipalities here today, and also perhaps coalitions with different parties, because my understanding is that these are all DA, Freedom Front Plus coalitions. That being said, I think some of the other speakers have already alluded to the sort of the shaky ground that might be sort of unfolding. So there's already obviously been a breakdown in Oudtshoorn and in Langeberg, and reports are that the ANC and Freedom Front Plus are still in talks. And it is confusing, I think, from the voter perspective of the voter and the public, because of the different levels of government and the different coalitions and principles that seem to exist. According to Wayne Sussman, who's an elections analyst, he says that the DA and the Freedom Front Plus in the Western Cape were once perceived as being hand in glove, but that does not seem to be the case anymore. Those are his words. I don't think there's something incredibly unique about the three municipalities represented here today. The fact that they have been stable, that they've been able to provide services, must be connected to the people involved, to the histories, to the planning, to the tradition of working together in these councils, and that may or may not be present or to the same degree in other places. And I think it's important to note that despite there being no legal framework, because there's such talk now of the coalition bill and the need to regulate and the need to sort of provide frameworks, these councils and coalitions have managed to maintain themselves and do very well. But just because we have case studies where there are positive outcomes, I think we do need to look at the whole system and be a bit more systematic about it. So, I mean, My Vote Counts' position is that in terms of the proposed legislation, we disagree with certain elements of it. So we're pushing back against the introduction of thresholds, as well as the limiting to the extent of motions of no confidence. But we do support other elements of the bill around the coalition agreements, around moving away from the mayoral executive system. And we also put in our submission which has been very much a part of the conversation, but seemed to have been kicked out of the bill, the extending the time post-election for government to be formed, as well as insulating the public service from political change, which the previous speaker from Breda Valley, I think, put a lot of emphasis on that. So I also think, and I think this might be an unpopular notion, but I think we can't be too fixated with this notion of stability. Politics can be messy. Leadership can change. There are egos, there's power pushes, and the quest and desire for power is something that will always exist. And that isn't always congruent with the needs and the rights of the people. It is still transactional to some degree. But if we do have proper structures in place, it does not always have to lead to poor service delivery and to political immobility. So, of course, it's important for coalitions to have stability, and they will be best placed to serve their citizens, to pass and spend budgets, to provide services, to be accountable. But when coalitions do fail, and they will, we also need to have the things in place to minimize that sort of negative impact. And things like the constructive motions with no confidence, moving away potentially from the mayoral committee to the executive, and insulating the public service, I think is extremely essential. I think, and this is just a general sort of a comment, I think I'll close now, is that, and this is a My Vote Counts sort of perspective, we also need to reconsider the way that we see and the role that we expect of political parties. They are not private institutions beholden to themselves. They are there to serve the people, to serve as interest aggregators. So as citizens, as constituents, we should also expect more of them in terms of when they are entering coalitions, the coalition politics. This should become part of the voting calculus. And I think as maybe for many in the room, it's very clear that coalitions have been and will continue to be a clear part of our politics going forward. I think for the general public, this is something which we might need to sort of start discussing in a more general way. Thank you.
Well, thank you. So that brings us to the end of our session. I think the message is quite clear that as much as is it about coalitions and coalition governance, it is first and foremost about the people. And if political parties in our councils place their focus on constructing out the service delivery program by focusing on the needs of the people, it will be easier to reach consensus on those aspects. And that is essentially their primary mandate. Our session is coming to a close. I will call upon my learned colleague, Mr. Bile Chonko, to do the closing for us, if she doesn't mind. Oh, apologies. Apologies, colleagues. So I would like to first open the floor for questions. And yes, Mr. George, we're coming to you. I just wanted to add that we invited senior colleagues as guests to ensure that we are able to enrich the discussion. So I tried very hard to ensure that I secure the attendance of Dr. Mortimer, who is from the School of Public Leadership. He can tell us all about the importance of leadership and effective, efficient, and ethical leadership in ensuring stable coalition governance. And yeah, with any further, is there any questions? Prof. Jaap Visser, Mrs. Simlane, Dr. Mortimer, Dr. Shyam, Mr. Mfundo, anyone else? And the mayor. So we will start off. Yes, Prof.
Thanks, Jenica. This was a really interesting session. I really enjoyed listening to the presentations. Very pragmatic, very to the point, and I really appreciated the inputs. I've got two theoretical questions for Mayor Truta. And forgive me for being theoretical, because I'm an academic, so that's what I do. And sometimes I get accused of being too theoretical, but that happened about 6-7 years ago when I started talking about coalitions. And everyone was looking at me like, no, Prof, you're being very theoretical now. That will never happen. And I'm glad I was being a bit theoretical back then, because here we are. So there's now a proposal on the floor to change all hung councils into executive committees. So in theory, what would that mean for your municipality? Because you're a hung council, which would mean you would have to work with a completely differently configured executive. So the theoretical question is, would that make your municipality more stable? If you would have to compose an executive where you are not an executive mayor, but a mayor, I don't know, whatever they call it, ceremonial mayor, but I don't think that's fair, with an executive committee that proportionally represents the composition of your council, which would essentially mean an ANC-DA executive, and the Freedom Front Plus would be out. Would that make your municipality more stable? I think I know the answer, but I would like you to explain to us. And then secondly, you made the point about your arrangement is in terms of a national agreement between the DA and the Freedom Front Plus. And that provides more stability and more, you're not in it for yourself. And that makes a lot of sense to me. And I know that these umbrella agreements, that's what I call them. They are sort of not limited to one jurisdiction, but multiple jurisdictions. They create a bit more stability because there's more at stake than your own municipality. However, can we rely on those? Because there may be situations where the electoral outcome simply doesn't allow you to follow the umbrella agreement. So the theoretical question is, if there would be a different scrambled egg in your municipality, and you would have to work together with another political party, but you have this umbrella agreement that sort of says you must work together with the Freedom Front Plus. Does that not sort of reduce your local agency to figure out what works in your municipality, in your context, based on your electoral outcome? And then quick question for Raymond. Yes, a fantastic presentation. I really appreciate it. I think it's really, you're spot on by saying we're just focusing on the politics. But, you know, if you have a stable running administration, politics can happen, like in Witzenberg, and the administration continues. A quick question for you is, do you see any role for the administration, let's say the municipal manager, to somehow assist very carefully in the building of a coalition? Because that is the practice in Europe, where the administration feeds information to the political actors. Say, okay, I know you're talking about this, but please be mindful. These are the stats. This is the budget. This works. This is allowed. This is not allowed. Do you see possibility for that here? Or are we simply saying, no, man, coalition negotiations, that's not the MM's prerogative. We stay out. We'll just, when there's white smoke from the chimney, you can let us know. But before that, we do not enter that terrain at all. Or can the municipal manager be a careful coach in the background to feed some technical information to help the negotiators? Thank you.
Professor, thank you very much. Thank you for your questions. If we are forced into a mayoral committee tomorrow, I don't think it will speak to democracy, because you're forced into a partner which maybe ideology is completely, and one of the speakers right in the beginning, I think it was the professor that said that sometimes we are just, ideology is completely on different poles. So when you force those two parties into a bed together, there's not going to be a happy marriage necessarily. Secondly, I'm not I don't like the idea of a committee, because first of all, how are you going to get good mayors then? Because you're going to push them to be a MMC, because you can't be fired. Only the mayor can be fired. So I would never want to be a mayor. I would want to be an MMC, because it doesn't matter what I do wrong, I'm going to stay. And the mayor's going to go. So, and I want to go one step further on that. We must ask, what is the threshold for a vote of no confidence? It's a date. It's a signature. It has zero burden of proof. Therein lies a problem, a big problem. So I've got protection of immunity in council. So I can say whatever I want. I can say you're a child molester, and you destroy a person's reputation and career in order for your own political gain. I think we must look at that. So, and the second question that you asked, the national agreement with the Freedom Front Plus, remember coming out of the 2021 elections, running up to it, we had a signed agreement with the Freedom Front Plus, but we weren't obliged to go into an agreement with them. So say, for instance, it made better sense in Saldanha to go with good, just to say an example. We had the ability to make those inputs from a personal experience at local level to our leadership to say, listen, we think this will help us achieve our goals. So it wasn't that we were forced to go with the Freedom Front. That was an automatic choice, unless there was a better offer, or not a better offer, a better option to reach our objectives on the table. I think I answered your questions.
Yes, the question with regard to the municipal manager playing a role in the establishing of the coalitions at the local level. I can tell you from experience, I have been in those talks, David Nassan has been there, basically Len has been there. We all, it's just natural that you will play a role. The only issue and difference is that there must be a relationship of trust by all political players of the neutral role that you will play. For example, so after an election, there's councillors coming in. It will always be the majority, through our experience over the years since 2000, the majority of the incoming councillors, the incoming councillors are the minority. The majority of councillors in the new election has been there. They've been working with you for 5 to 10 years. So you have built a reputation with them, you have built trust with them, and therefore they know that you're politically neutral, and therefore they will trust you to be there to assist where you can, to explain to them what they can't and can't do. And it's an important role. And many of the time, most MMs have played that role. And it's a natural role that we play. Thanks. May I just say, just briefly, with regard to the coalition thing and the umbrella, with regard to the situation with the Freedom Front and the DA, what happened, for example, Oudtshoorn, what happened in Langeberg, I know the persons personally, I've been, a lot of the time when the coalition stopped, it's not about the umbrella, it's not about other issues than personalities. I can tell you in Langeberg, I know Johnny Steenkamp very well. Unfortunately, he and the mayor, it's about two personalities that can't work together, and that was it.
Okay, thank you. I think an essential aspect of how the coalition agreement is formulated also stems from how political parties are organized. I would understand that at the local level, the councillors, they essentially act on the instruction of their senior political party leaders. So we shouldn't forget that context that essentially informs the entire bargaining process. We are almost out of time. I will allow another question from Mr. Mpundu, who is the Deputy Director of the IEC National Office, and Dr. Mortimer.
Sorry,
No.
if I could just,
Yeah.
I wanted to check with the permission of the floor though.
Yeah, let's start there.
Let's start there.
Are we allowed to take
No, I mean the ones that had raised their hands, and
Yeah.
if there are any additional ones, if the floor is okay, or should we, is that okay? Yes. That's what I'm asking before we move. Is that okay?
Okay, so Dr. Shyam?
Oh, okay. Okay, so if I can just take a moment, I think we're all government practitioners now, and something that really stood out for me was a seminar that the Dullah Institute held a few years back with the late Louis Skeepers. And I want to pay homage to him because he spoke about ethical practitioners in local government and the difficulties that Raymond actually mentioned. And so we had someone in the executive, Andre, saying to the executive, this is what we want to achieve, but we can only do it with good corporate governance. So it's known that the Community Law Center, then as it was known, did a lot of research on the political and the administrative interface and how you go about trying to prevent those type of problems that kind of arise from that. But the one thing that I think that hasn't been mentioned, and perhaps that is because I'm now situated in legal services with the Western Cape government, is the actual role that where the premier, provincial ministers of cocters in the provinces do actually have muscle. They can come in and they do have a monitoring role. Before we're going into looking at hardcore interventions, like for example, when it comes to vetting of contracts of MMs, these are things that the Department of Local Government, for instance, is capable of doing, those type of vetting and those type of monitoring and playing a close relationship. But not to hog the mic any further. But the one thing that I do want to emphasize is that I seriously believe that what Raymond is calling for is an accredited, recognized body for practitioners. Is something that should really be expedited. I don't know what the processes are right now, but I mean, that was also one of the things that the late Louis Skeepers mentioned when he said initially there was something that regulated town clerks and that fell away. And I think that's something that is something that tangible that we can work towards. Thank you.
Thanks, afternoon, colleagues. Mine, it's my input is to say, maybe we are looking at a problem at a higher level than taking one step back. The question is, what produces coalitions? It's elections. So we need to be starting to be saying, do we have a right election system? If it produces what becomes a problem? You can see that it started at a local level, moved to provinces, now to national. I think it's one of the questions that one will need to be asking. There is a committee that is working on the reform of the elections for the 2029 elections. I advise colleagues to participate in that process. If you look at Professor Poison's presentation, it says something that there is a shift in the way that results are coming out. So, political parties that were comfortable with the system in 1994 might not be comfortable as they were today. So make inputs in that electoral reform. It is just came by the way after the judgment by the Constitutional Court that elections must include independents. When they wrote the amendment, there was a feeling that they didn't have enough time to do the amendment, so they are given more time to reconsider the whole process. So it means the 2024 elections was the once-off elections system that you have. They are working at the way forward. So I'm saying colleagues must participate in that process because there might be drastic changes in the electoral system come 2029. Unfortunately, I'm not sure of the parameters, whether it might later include local government. It looks like local government is going to remain the same, but there might be drastic changes when it comes to national and provincial elections in 2029. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Mortimer, does he have a mic?
Thank you. Just a few comments and observations. One of the things is that we must be mindful that there's nothing wrong with coalition government. I think what's happening is that we are maturing. And if you look at in 2016, for example, on the Human Development Index, as far as the top 20 countries were concerned, 13 of those were coalition governments. So what's happening is we are just a little bit late in terms of what's happening to us. And then just to go back, KZN spent 10 years there as a municipal manager, served 5 under ANC, 5 under IFP, both executive committee systems, no problem. The stability that I experienced there were much better than when I came down to Stellenbosch and was fired 1.5 years later. So that is the problem as far as I'm concerned. The stability and the party politics has nothing to do with coalition government per se. It's about trust. It's about the right people in the right place. And I think what we can look at is if we consider what's happening in municipalities like Jochies, the stability in leadership, the stability at council level is an indicator of good governance. You can actually have a look at Ratings Africa correlation. You can have a look at good governance index correlations. All of those will tell you if you have stability at those two levels, your chances of success are actually better. And then compare to build to last, Jim Collins, and you'll see those successes have come over years, the last 120 plus years, will show you that what we're experiencing now, we must just write the rules of the game, as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Last but not least, I hope. I think my question is a bit more nuanced, I would say, as an outside person and as a virgin to these proceedings. I was listening to, yes, it is Mr. Joel, and he was talking about the elephant in the room. And as a practice, normally when I sit with my clients, I listen to them and I would try to figure out what it is that they don't tell me, to figure out where the problem is, actually. And typically the problem is the thing that they try to run away from. I've listened to everyone here talking about the unstable collisions, and particularly with the Western Cape. I have not heard an addressing of the fact that if we are going to address the elephant in the room, we have new dynamics that comes to the fore these days. Power and money is one, the ultimate evil of all time, isn't it? We can agree that power and money is the original problem. But in the Western Cape context, race is also an issue, and we would be ignorant if we just disregard it to the side. And then the other thing, I was now waiting my turn, and then I was thinking, oh wow, I forgot. Age is also something that we typically disregard as well, because we like to say this thing, we need to come and sit by the tables where these things are discussed. But is the opportunity or the access given actually for the issues that should be raised? Because should I have not answered, should I have not been given the opportunity to ask my question? How would that have then at the end of the day made me feel going out? Because we have, a lot of our politicians are dramatically uneducated sometimes. We have a society that is, I do not know how to put it, but it's as if they don't understand the importance, of our race in the way stuff are addressed for the people on the ground. This is local government, it's local municipalities, it's the people that directly serves us. We have 34.5% of the municipalities that are completely in disarray. That means more than a third of the population is not receiving service. That is said, it means our money are being wasted. So how much is it power? How much is it money? How much is it race? And how much is it age? Where is, we can have a common denominator to determine, okay, where are we moving from? But where are we moving from if we don't even actually want to address the elephant in the room? Where are we going? We are 30 years of democracy. 30 years, people, 30 years from what? I'm just asking, 30 years from what? We really, I'm sitting here and I'm getting irritated to a certain extent because we really want to keep on running away from it. And it's sad because we're in 2024 and I was dumbstruck by the fact that I moved my firm to like a Somerset West. In the first case I got was a racism case, the very first case. So it's 2024. And we don't want to talk about it. And how do we think that it's not actually impacting the way we think about these things? How? And so this question is actually
okay. I think
the professor and Mr.
Our time has come to an end.
The only one that addressed the elephant in the room. And I'm sorry, I didn't hear anyone talk about the elephant in the room.
Thank you. So yes, I think the message is clear that we put the people first, that there be a concerted effort to work together, and taking it back to the DDM model. The DDM model doesn't only speak about this coordination and planning from the bottom up, but it speaks about intermunicipal governance. So this is actually an aspect where a municipality such as Saldanha Bay or Breda Valley municipality can proffer and work together with other failing municipalities within that district. I think there is room to explore these alternatives. And yes, our leaders need capacity building, but I think we must also start focusing on the valuable lessons as we have done in this seminar. And I think it is good to see that there is certain parts in our country where the residents are actually happy with the services that they are getting. So I think we must say thank you to our leaders in that regard for servicing their people and being actually responsive and delivering democratic and responsible and sustainable governance to their people. And now I'm handing over, are we, Mr. Simlani? Can we close?
It's up to you.
Okay, so I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Mr. Pile, to do the closing and to give thanks on behalf of the Dullah Omar Institute. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have the English job, I think. And it's simply just to speak on behalf of the Dullah Omar Institute and the WC to say all right, I'm not gonna go back. I think you heard me. So I just want to give thanks on behalf of University of the Western Cape's Law Faculty and Dullah Omar Institute, which is part of the law faculty, to say you've been here, you've participated and engaged with us today, and we have thoroughly enjoyed it. The talks about talks and talks and talks that need to happen. And even though Mr. Lance said he was questioning himself coming in, asking, what are we going to talk about today? And are we going to be negative? The talks are important. The fact that they are happening is something. And so your insights here and your contributions today have really enriched the ongoing conversations of coalitions that we shouldn't shy away from. And as we move forward, I hope that we take the engagements here today and carry them forward, as the gentleman has said, not just limiting them to these spaces where we are privileged to have the conversations, but taking it out there and ensuring that we get our coalitions to be stable so that they serve who they are meant to serve, our communities. And so I hope that the information shared here today, the engagements, will take it forward and take it into our respective fields and continue to collaborate towards meaningful change. And so please continue on, keep the conversations going. And once again, thank you for being part of this valuable exchange. And as DOI, we look forward to future engagements with you. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much. Mine is just to say a list of thank yous. Yeah. Thank you so much. Firstly, to the speakers, facilitators who really drove this conversation in an interesting way. We're looking forward to just listening to the recording again because some of the nuggets were very interesting. I was tempted to ask a question to the mayor, which was quite interesting because he mentioned something about reluctance with working with certain people in local governments. I wanted to ask what's happening up there, but anyway, we'll ask that one maybe over lunch. Right. All the guests who are here, the participants, both in person and online, thank you so much for that. And of course, to the Dullah Omar Institute in the Western Cape University of Western Cape. Thank you so much to you and the team, Advocate Janica Bucas. We've been working with the planning in the background as well, and to all the entire team has really done a great job. I think, let's give all those people a round of applause. Thank you. And obviously to the Irish Embassy for their continued support with the project. And of course to Accord, the team. I think I have to mention my team. Thank you so much to them, even those who are online at the moment managing the Zoom platform. It's really been amazing. The comms team, the research unit, my colleague there, Boikanyo, been working very tirelessly to make sure this is a success. And obviously my manager, who I'm sure is still on the line watching to make sure that I say the right things. Thank you to all those people. And then of course, just one last thing. We do have, as part of the project, we do have an online platform called the Accord Coalitions Tracker, which are currently trying to continuously develop and improve. Please go on our website on the homepage. You'll click there and it'll take you to it. Please have a look, and then there's a comment section somewhere there. Please, we are looking to get as much as possible feedback so we can continuously improve it and make it better and add better information. So that would be very much appreciated. Please go on our website and you'll find it. Of course, we did bring a couple of copies of one of our publications that we produced in June. It's around KZN coalitions. It's just outside when you walk out. For those online, they can just access it on our website as well. Thank you so much. Let's give everybody a round of applause, and you may. We're closing the session. Thank you.